Okay, Tiffany, so the court has broke for about the next 15 or so minutes. The stuff we're looking at right now, it's not the most exciting stuff, but it's the building blocks of a case. It's what they have to do. Kind of,
Right.
you have to talk to people out there about kind of why this has to happen. It is dry testimony.
It is dry, but the state, when they're putting on their case, it's methodical. They have to establish every element of their case. And so the first thing they do is it's like going down a checklist, right? So the first thing you do is we get our expert. We go through the testimony that's needed to get the expert qualified as an expert so that they can testify as an expert. And then after we do that, we get all of the evidence that we need him to testify to, proffer that and enter it in properly through the expert. And then we start testifying as to all of those pieces of evidence that we've now just admitted and published to the jury.
Yeah, because you can't just put it into evidence. There's
Right.
a process
Right.
that has to be gone through.
Right.
And it's somewhat tedious, but it is the process.
Right, and that process can be boring, especially depending on how much evidence it is that they're trying to get in with that witness. And then you have to go through objections and looking, the defense being able to look at that, proffer any objections that they have, those types of things. So that part can be really tedious and really boring, but it is important because that's how that's how the state establishes all of their elements for their case.
One thing I caught that I thought was interesting was the defense asked the crime scene detective if ag assault of a peace officer was a felony. Yes, he replies. And if the general orders allows you to use deadly force, yes. So the defense was laying the groundwork for this is self-defense.
Right.
Where do you see this going now?
Well, I'm not sure where the state is going to go in their next steps, but I do suspect that at each step, the defense is going to try to keep the focus on and maintain what their argument is going to be, is that Aaron Dean had every right. Like it's really sad what happened, but from his perspective, he was in fear for his life, and they're going to try and point that out at every step of the way. It's part of the reason why they spent so much time on the appearance of the house and what it looked like on the inside, right? I suspect that part of that is because the defense wants to say, well, see, look at what this looked like. Like, they only had this vantage point, and it looked like, possibly someone had come in and something bad had happened. So, I suspect that at each turn that will be what the defense will do as the trial proceeds. Is just try to, hone in on these little nuanced things as to why he feared for his life.
Of course, the state of the entire house is not necessarily relevant because all they really saw was inside the living room, kitchen area. That's what's relevant. How much of an issue will it be, you think, maybe to the jury, that they don't remark on it as they're, checking around the house? They look in the window and then they move on about their way. They don't check the door to see if it's open. They don't do any of that kind of stuff.
Right. They didn't announce either, right? But also,
actually, by policy, they didn't have to.
Right, but also, you're right. They didn't check. They just kind of glanced in. Then they start creeping around. So, I don't presume to know how much any of the jury members will put an emphasis on that. But I do think that the state tried to minimize that through their expert by asking him what state has he seen crime scenes look like, and him saying I can't really say one way or another, because I've had instances where that kind of stuff just doesn't matter. Like,
Right.
a dirty house is a dirty house. Maybe it could have been ransacked for this particular reason, but there's also been other instances where, it's just a dirty house.
Don't look at my house right now.
Right? Don't look at mine either. My mom would be so upset with me. But that, I think the state tried, and I think they did a particularly good job in pointing out that the state of the house, at least at that juncture, really didn't say one thing or another to lead someone to think that something nefarious was going on in that house.
Yeah, I think it's just, and one thing I've learned, and you've seen this also, is that you never know what a jury's going to key in on. I mean, every time I think I know exactly what a jury is going to think, I'm always wrong. I've given up jury prognostication.
I have too.
I've given that up for Lent, actually.
I've had trials where, we get verdicts and we talk to the jury and we think that they focused on, this particular thing, and they were focusing on something completely different, and both sides are like,
where did they get that from?
We don't know why. So, I mean, trying to dissect or figure out what a jury is going to decide or what they're focusing on, I don't do it anymore, because half the time we're always wrong. You never really know what any unique jury is going to focus on.
Well, because I think it's also important to, you've talked about this, that these are lay people.
Right.
And what we think is important, what we're going to key in on, is not necessarily what they're going to key in on. I'm really keyed in on, what are they going to make of the differences with Zion's testimony? That's interesting to me. What are they going to make of? So, the call. So when James Smith calls the non-emergency number, and he calls in and says, hey, my neighbor's doors are open. That's unusual. Can you come check it out? And so the the dispatcher said that, she looked at, there was two, she could have done a welfare check, but she said it didn't feel like it met those parameters, so she put it in as an open structure call. An open structure call is going to be treated like a silent alarm. So you're not going to go and knock on the door. It's going to be treated a little bit closer to a burglary, which kind of already sets the officers in that mindset of, maybe I'm going to a burglary, right? Oh. And so in a open structure call, you don't actually announce yourself. Mm-hmm. So now, but it also, one of the recommendations in an open structure call is that if you get there and you can't, you don't see anybody, the doors are open, that you call the person and see if they're there.
See if they answer.
And then also it says you're supposed to man the doors, right? You're supposed to make sure you keep an eye on those doors. And so when they go around to the side of the house, they don't do that. Now, these are recommendations, and realistically, I'm sure you've dealt with this in plenty of cases. Officers don't always follow the recommendations, and that's not always what happens.
Yeah.
But you kind of wish that, no matter where you fall, I always say, wherever you fall on the divide, you just kind of wish they'd slowed down. Just
right.
Slow down and.
But you can also understand then why the neighbor feels the way that he did, because he literally was like, no, I called in a welfare check, but that's not actually.
Well, he didn't call in a welfare check. He called in a like, hey, come check on my.
Yeah.
He didn't use the word welfare.
Yeah, in his mind, he was like, well, I just wanted them to go check on her because that's not normal.
Right.
But
he also didn't go knock on the door because he was concerned enough, because he thought there was a possibility there could have been a burglary. And look, the neighbor's being the neighbor. He's being a neighbor. He just
didn't know. Yeah, he just didn't know. But I just think no one at any step in this whole entire situation thought that things were going to end up the way that they did.
No, I mean, and it's oftentimes these, minor minor calls where the worst things happen, and I don't know. Let me see. Somebody's asking, has the defense already asked for a mistrial regarding Zion's testimony? No, they have not asked for a mistrial at all. We've not seen that happen. His original testimony that he gave to the authorities, and in subsequent interviews about her holding the gun up, obviously is more advantageous for them.
Yeah.
Versus what he testified to on Monday. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I just think he's a kid.
So here's the thing about what this person asked about a mistrial. So that actually is not what would happen anyways.
What would happen normally?
So when we start talking about when the state will ask for, or I'm sorry, the defense would ask for a mistrial is more so after the state does something, like let's say procedurally, just to make it simple so everyone can understand. Like something happens, the state does something that they are not supposed to do, right? And then at that point, the defense would make their offer for a mistrial to the court, and they would ask for a mistrial at that point. Inconsistent statements don't rise to that. When you are dealing with a witness who has some type of inconsistent statement, what you do in that situation is you try to impeach the witness. That's what would happen.
But with an 11-year-old, you do it very,
very
delicately.
So, and that's, with any witness that has inconsistent statements that they're giving, even with officers, when you're reading their report and they've said one thing and then they come in and they testify to something that's not in their offense report. So we're not in mistrial territory. What we're in that situation is impeaching the witness, because now they've made a statement that's different from something that they've said before.
You think that really what the defense is going to tell the jury is, hey, you need to believe what he originally said because that was closer to the events and is going to be more accurate?
I think that's what the defense will do.
That's the way that's probably what you would do.
Right, because the jury's role is to be, they're the judges of credibility of the witnesses. And so it'll be up to the jury to decide what they believe. Do they believe what he said before, or do they believe what he said on Monday? And they will come to a decision themselves as to what they believe, because they're supposed to be, judging the credibility of witnesses that testify.
And do you have any sense on what you think they will buy more on, that they believe more? I mean, is there any way to know? It's a jump ball.
Yeah, no. And he's also a kid.
He's a kid. Yeah. People are asking about, do we think they'll put on the record about the lady who was gesturing to Zion? I don't know that that would come back up unless the defense has some reason that they think it would be advantageous to bring that back up. I feel like that was just kind of like the things that happen in court that happen, and the judge is like, knock it off, leave my courtroom kind of stuff. That's how I view it.
And it could have been, she could have just been not even gesturing towards him. It could have just been anything. I had a trial once out in Tarrant County where there was someone out in the gallery who just was like, and doing stuff like that, and the judge was just like, we've had enough, and send her out. She wasn't doing anything to affect our case or doing anything that affected what the state was doing. It's just, some judges have things that aren't allowed to be done.
And judges are a king in their court.
Yeah, so they have rules on decorum. They have rules on things that you can do. Like some courts you can't have water in there. Like you can't bring anything into the courtroom. So it just depends. So who knows what was going on with that? But it was enough to where the judge was like, and he's kind of no nonsense. So it could have just been someone that he felt was just being disruptive, period. And, was like, yeah, you gotta go. So I don't think it'll come back up.
Yeah?
You want to just reset where we are with everything? Just 'cause the audience-
I can reset. Okay.
Do a good reset.
Okay, so we're in day 3 of the Aaron Dean trial. Monday was opening statements, where the prosecution's laying out that they believe that Aaron Dean's actions that led to Atatiana Jefferson's death were not reasonable, and that he should be convicted of murder. And then, of course, the defense arguing just the opposite. Also on Monday, which was a half day of court, we heard testimony from Zion Carr. That's Atatiana Jefferson's 11-year-old nephew, who was 8 years old at the time of what happened. They were playing video games in a back bedroom when a neighbor called a non-emergency line and asked police just to come out and check and see, hey, why are the doors open? That's not normal. And so Zion, the big shocker was that Zion, I'm shocked both sides, that Zion testified that Atatiana, when she got the gun out of her purse, had the weapon down at her side versus having it pointed at the window, which is what he had said in prior statements just after the shooting, or the night of the shooting, and then over the course of the last few years. So, he's a child. Witness memory is a very funny thing, and there was a woman who was in court who was ejected from the courtroom because the judge thought she was making some kind of hand signals. Now, what those hand signals were, was she trying to coach Zion, or was she just trying to, calm him down? Because he was, as you can imagine, upset. He's an 11-year-old kid, and he's having to testify to probably the worst thing that's ever happened in his life, and he's having to do it in open court, and of course in a big trial. That's a lot. My kid's around that age, and I have a hard time imagining how my child would handle that. And so, court broke early on Monday, and for the trial of one of the the funeral of one of the defense attorneys, a longtime attorney, Jim Lane, who passed away over the weekend. And then we saw yesterday they introduced Zion's the video statement he gave just after the shooting, which of course differed from what he had said in court. And it is, from the defense's perspective, it's more advantageous if Atatiana has the weapon up, right, versus down at her side. And then we heard from Officer Darch, who was Aaron Dean's partner. She, describes them getting there, explains that, they saw what they believed was a ransacked living room and kitchen, depending on your idea of ransacked. It could just be messy, right? And then they go around to the backside. She hears Aaron Dean give orders, put your hands up, and then she hears a shot, and she said she saw eyes as big as saucers. And then she got pretty emotional on the stand, in particular when she was talking about Zion. You'd have to be pretty heartless to not become emotional about a child. And so she describes how she goes in the house, she gets Zion, she actually called him, that she realized, I will see if I can find exactly what she said, because I actually took notes on that because I thought it was so powerful. But she basically talked about how she went in and she wanted to get here we go. Here's what she said. She said, "I heard the baby. That became my sole purpose. I got him to come to me." She said, it was cold outside, so she got a blanket off the couch, she wrapped him, and then she went outside and stood on the curb. And so from that point on, she never actually, she's outside the house. She doesn't walk back to Atatiana. And so during her testimony, they played the body cam. And so for the first time we saw, up until recently, we had only seen body cam up to the point of the shooting. And now we had body cam that takes us inside the house, and we see what Aaron Dean is doing. and that he's looking around the house, presumably checking for weapons, looking in her closet, that kind of thing, and not going to render aid. And so that's kind of where we're at. And then, of course, we've had crime scene testimony this morning. Tiffany, I want to ask you, so how big a deal do you think it's going to be to the jury? And of course, we're prognosticating on a jury, which is always very difficult to do. How much importance would they place on his actions after the shooting?
So, I think there will be some jurors that will kind of put some emphasis on what happened afterwards, what his demeanor was, his actions, things of that nature, like what was he doing? At any point did he go check, render aid, or try to render aid at any point? I think there will be jurors that will put some type of emphasis on that.
Yeah, I know, I remember, and of course, I always hesitate to compare the Amber Geiger case to this case because the fact pattern is very different. I mean, although in both cases you have someone who is in their home, being killed, the fact patterns are still very different. Whereas in the Geiger case, both of them, Jean is in his apartment, and she believes it's her apartment, so she's not on duty, she's not responding to the call. And I think in that case, based on what we know about the jury, they put a lot of importance on the fact that that she chose to go on in, right? And that I think also the issue of what age she did or did not give both of them became an issue at trial. So it'd be interesting to see how much importance a jury places on that. Because while you might think that a jury can separate themselves from the emotion of something like that, that's going to play a role.
Right.
Potentially.
I would like to know how much emphasis they put on how quickly it all happened. From saying
it happens fast.
And it happens really fast, like a snap of fingers. From him saying, put your hands up, to shooting a gun. I would be interested to know if any of the jurors find anything problematic with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Because they, and are they gonna? How much importance are they gonna place on what they should or shouldn't have done when responding to that type of call?
Right.
And they might, it could go. They could say, "Hey, she had the gun up. He's justified. It's reasonable." Or they could say, "She's in her home, and and she has every right to have that weapon." So let's, what would happen if the tables were turned and she thought Aaron Dean was a burglar and she shoots him?
So obviously that would be an accident, right?
Right.
But she also would be in her house.
Jury's coming back, Tommy, sorry.
Okay.
Oh.
Everyone may be seated. One of the fun parts of me sitting up here is to watching jurors come in and out each time, and how sometimes everybody gets real territorial, and then some people just switch all the time. So I'm easily entertained. We ready to proceed. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Smith, Ms. Deemer.
And State Calls Officer Talbert.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Good. Turn to the jury. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Officer Valderas, and I work for the Fort Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Fort Worth Police Department?
5 years.
And what do you currently do within the police department?
I work in the West 7th Patrol District.
And so what are your hours, sir?
I go in at 5 and get off at 3.
Did you work last night?
No, ma'am, I start tonight.
Okay. And so before you were in patrol, what did you do?
Crime scene.
How long were you in crime scene, sir?
Just under 2 years, right around 2 years.
Did you go through the standardized training for being a crime scene officer when you were getting into that unit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I want to ask you specifically about your work in this particular case. October the 12th, 2019, did you respond out to 1203 East Allen Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And for what purpose, sir?
As an officer-involved shooting resulting in the death of a female.
Sure. And whenever you responded, were you called out there to process the scene as a crime scene officer?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take photographs?
Yep.
And what else did you do, sir?
Took photos, wrote notes on everything that I saw, collected evidence. Out there at the scene, that's probably the extent of it.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 111. And if you will look inside without showing the jury, so if you'll kind of keep it down a little bit.
Okay.
And look inside. You can pull it out if you just kind of look inside. It's going to be 112. Yep, and 111 and the contents, which is 112, do those both appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
Okay, and so what is 112?
In the entire case.
Where did you collect that, sir?
This was outside the backyard, outside the window.
Okay. And did you mark that casing with a placard?
Yes, ma'am.
And they've already heard what a placard is. That's used just to identify an item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, on the outside of 111, are there identifying marks and information that pertain to this particular case? And let me be more specific. Is there an offense report number on the outside of 111?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the offense report number that's on the outside of 111, does that match the offense report number on your report and your notes?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it pertain to this particular homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is there identifying marks from you on State's Exhibit 111, the envelope?
Yes, my initials and my badge number, the seal.
And so this, obviously the envelope has now been opened, and the jury's heard how that was opened. But when you actually collected the item, did you put it in this bag and seal it up?
Yes.
And you have marks on the outside as well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there also appears to be some red tape indicating Fort Worth Crime Lab that's also accessed it. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Now looking at State's Exhibit 96. Same question. Let's start before we open the box.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Is there an identifying number that pertains to this particular offense report and incident?
Yes.
Does that match your notes that relate to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there also identifying initials and your badge number on the outside of State's Exhibit 96?
Yes.
And who actually put it in this box?
I did.
All right. So does this box all appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition with the exception that it's now been opened?
Yes.
Now looking inside State's Exhibit 96, the content, State's Exhibit 97. Did you collect that item, sir?
I did.
From where?
I was on the just left of the front door.
And was it sitting on, I believe, like a box of some
type of
sort?
box, yes.
Does that appear to be in the same or substantially similar condition as when it was collected?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 98, which is a bag containing multiple items. So 98 containing States Exhibit 99, as well as 100 through 105. First, let's talk about States Exhibit 100. What does that appear to be?
Live round.
Okay. And does it also indicate where that live round was as it pertains to the particular gun?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the chambered round?
Mm-hmm.
Meaning that's one that's in the chamber ready to go?
That's correct.
All right. States Exhibit 99, what is that?
The magazine.
Okay. And then States Exhibit 101, 102, 103, and 104, does that all appear to be live rounds that were inside of the magazine, States Exhibit 99?
Yes.
And each one of those live cartridges or bullets are in the actual position they were in. So in the magazine, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in those positions. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you do all of those, the collection of those items? Now, States Exhibit 105.
We've lost the video coming out of the courtroom, but we're going to leave up the audio, okay?
Who does? While he's looking at that, Judge, I'm also going to offer States Exhibit 111, the envelope that contains the fire casing for the record only. 112, which is the fire casing found outside of the hospital window for all purposes.
No objection to 111 for the record. No objection to 112 bag and contents for all purposes. No objection to States 98 or 96 for the record only. No objection to
We can fix that.
no objections to bag and contents 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, and 105 for all purposes.
All right, so States 96, 98, 106, and 111 presented for purposes of the record. 97, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 112 for all purposes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good.
And permission just to show the jury by walking in front of them, States Exhibits 99, 100, 101 through 105, and also 97.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So States Exhibit 99, magazine. States Exhibit 101, 102, 103, and 104. Position within the magazine. States Exhibit 100, the chamber round inside State's Exhibit 97. State's Exhibit 105. The loose round was found in the bedroom. State's Exhibit 112, Your Honor, may I also have permission to publish that?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 112, fire casing that was found in the backyard below the house. And then State's Exhibit 96, which holds. So this was secured. State's Exhibit 97, if I can just publish it by showing it to the jury.
That's fine.
Okay. State's Exhibit 97. Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to pass this.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Valera, can you explain to the members of the jury why it's important to provide a police report to the police officer?
Documentation of what happened, what the officer sees on scene.
And at the time that you worked this case, you were a candidate or in a training phase for the crime scene search.
That's correct.
And you were working with a senior crime scene officer, I think Officer Bain, that this was 2008.
Yes, sir.
We all, since we weren't there, we all did one crime scene search.
One crime scene vehicle?
One crime scene search vehicle, you ride with a two-man unit.
That's correct.
When you got there, as part of the SOP for crime scene, standard operating procedure, you have to take a briefing from somebody, is that correct?
As far as what?
Well, when you show up, it's not like the TV series CSI where you just barge into the scene and start doing things.
Okay, yeah, that's correct.
You're going to check in, and the perimeter tape usually, yes.
Yes, sir.
And in this case, there was an outer and an inner perimeter, you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And prior to your arrival, somebody had started a crime scene log, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a crime scene log is?
Yeah, crime scene log is going to be it's just a log of who makes the scene, who's on scene, and that's pretty much it. What time they get there, what time they leave.
You were the chief officer?
Yes, sir.
You were the chief officer for the 4+ crime scene officers around there, correct?
Yeah, as far as the crime scene responsibilities go, yes, I was the sheet officers for that.
When you got there, can you tell the members of the jury who you took your briefing from?
I need to look back at the notes.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do. I met with Detective Grimshaw's first.
Do you recall what time you met with Detective Grimshaw?
0346. 346 a.m.
Did you immediately go inside?
No.
What did you do first?
We were waiting for a warrant to be signed, so I couldn't go inside. I did a perimeter walkthrough, just an overall walkthrough, just looking at the outside of the house, and the scene from the outside.
If you weren't allowed on the inside, you stayed off the property line until they got the warrant in?
We were on the property, we just weren't inside the residence.
The warrant covered both inside and outside, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
Is the crime scene officer, the sheet officer for crime scene, you're given a copy of the warrant to execute, are you not?
I wasn't given the warrant, but as far as what you're asking, yes, I think the answer is yes to what you're asking, but I didn't read the warrant. I don't remember seeing the warrant.
search warrants under the Code of Criminal Procedure are not a rubber stamp blanket search each time, correct?
Yes.
They have to be individualized and give a neutral magistrate particularized facts as to what took place and what, under the Constitution, you're allowed to search, correct?
Yes.
Were you given the parameters then of this warrant that you didn't see as to what you could search and collect?
Yes. I guess the only thing I remember is I wasn't going to go in the house until the warrant was signed.
Do you recall what time, following your standard operating procedure and crime scene and those all important times, what time you actually were cleared to go into the residence?
Let me look at my report real quick. I don't see the time of when I entered the residence.
You're not typing a report when you're at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
You have what we would refer to as a steno pad that you're making your notes on. That's critical crime scene pad, correct?
Yes, sir.
The government's given me a copy of crime scene sketches and notes. Would those help you maybe to see if you noted the time of those if they're yours? Do you have those up there?
I have notes with me.
All right, can I come up there and see what you got?
Yes, sir.
I think I have everything. I just want to make sure.
Just this one.
Since you and your training partner, Officer Bain, were here together, I've stapled now what the state gave me as Defendant's Exhibit 31. It's a few more pages than what you had. Can you take a second to look through there
Yes,
and
sir.
see if that helps you as we go through this? If it does.
had a chance to look at Defendant's Exhibit 31, that appears to be not only the notes that you had, that are Xerox copies of the steno pad, but it's also your partner, Officer Baines' notes, that you recognize his handwriting and service numbers incorporated in the talk about it through the state, correct?
Yes, sir.
Needless to say, this was a busy scene when y'all were out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
There was a lot of rank out there, a lot of supervisors.
Yes, sir.
And as the lead crime scene person, you have to kind of keep everybody in favor if you do your job.
That's correct.
By the time you got there, the advanced life support had stopped, and this was a crime scene by the time you were allowed to enter the residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of your crime scene training that you were in the middle of as we were doing this case, you have to document first the scene as you find it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it a safe estimate that you took about 275 photos? Am I correct the number?
There was a lot. I don't remember exactly how many, but yes, there was a lot.
Well, it's part of your SOPs, and I'm just asking because I'm trying to figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you supposed to put the number in your report for this submission?
Yes, sir.
And can you look at your type report and see if you can direct me to what page your the total number of photos is?
I'm not seeing how many photos I wrote it down in here.
All right, and Officer Valdez, that becomes important later, because part of your standard operating procedure, you must verify that the number of photos taken is consistent with the number of photos that get transferred to the server in crime scene, and to any CDs or DVDs, I guess at this stage, that any detectives downstream need of your work.
Yes, sir.
Because you want to get credit for all the work you did do. Yes?
Credit, I mean,
Well,
I want all my work to be there, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that's what I'm talking about. Because the jury's heard a little bit this morning from other crime scene officers. There's either, most departments either use Canon or Nikon, and Fort Worth uses Canon SLR cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
And an SLR camera is one that you have to look through the lens to take the photo, correct?
Yes, sir.
And prior to you going to the scene, you had to know to work the camera, yes?
Yes, sir.
The jury's seen some of your photos, and they've seen I've seen at least the sequentials where some of your photos are just dark. You didn't delete them because that would be against your SOPs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why would that be against your SOPs to delete photos that are just black?
I think it's just to eliminate any factor of anybody trying to hide anything.
Certainly. You want to make sure the sequential number is there, because on each time you put a memory card in that Canon camera, you have to reset and format the card, and it starts at 0, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you have issues, you're supposed to check the date and time on your camera prior to starting the scene. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that night?
Yes, sir.
So that's important because it gives us metadata, data about data that's in the digital image, correct?
Yes, sir.
So we would know exactly when you went inside and started taking pictures, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it would kind of give us a timeline if we knew the total number of photos you took as to when those were done throughout the night. Regardless, really, if the camera's set to the perfect time, if it's 0 hour and we go to 04 or go to 4:30, we know you were there 4.5 hours.
Yes, sir.
Safe to say?
Mm-hmm.
As part of those SOPs, you're taught how to take exterior photos and interior photos. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you educate the members of the jury what you're supposed to do for exterior photos?
As far as what I'm taking pictures of,
Yes, sir.
just the, you want to show obviously the residence, the house number, where it's at, the location, any nearby intersections that just identify exactly that you're at that house. You want to get photos of what it is that where you're at. Just gives any viewer or any audience, just tells them where you're at, what you're looking at.
Prior to being selected to join the crime scene team, you were on regular patrol at some point, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're back now on the 7th Street area, correct?
Yes, sir.
What observations, if any, did you make when you're taking these exterior photos outside, I guess, while waiting on the warrant, if I understand your timeline that night?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the members of the jury what the condition of the city of Fort Worth streetlights were on the street there outside of the residence?
Well, there's a traffic light, I believe, like just west of the residence. As far as the street lights goes, or anything else, I have to refer back to the photos. I remember, I mean, it was dark, it was late at night, so.
You recall there's a street light, if we have a traffic intersection light in Mississippi, when you come down the street, there's a light on the address side that we're talking about. As the road starts to curve a little bit, I'm just curious if you made any observations being the train crime scene officer, whether or not that light is functioning.
I do not remember.
When you're taking a photo of an area, whether it's outside or inside, is it important to document, I think that there's a phrase in your business called the four corners of a room?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what the four corners of a room is?
You just want to, you're just wanting to basically photograph the whole room, get a 360 view of where you're at, what you're looking at.
And your SOPs say you shall do that, shall equals must in your role, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't get written up for not doing all four corners in some rooms, did you?
No, sir.
SOPs are like general orders, you didn't get sanctioned for not doing it, but it's safe to say that some of the rooms, you looked at the photos, there's not four corners in all the areas, is there?
I don't think so.
Okay, so though they have general orders and SOPs, that's a best practice type guide for how you're supposed to function as an officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to be able to be out there and they hired you, they gave you a badge and a gun, and they trust your judgment.
Yes, sir.
Any reason to doubt your judgment for what you did this night, you processed the scene?
No, I don't think so.
So, how are you dispatched?
Through the radio.
Do you have a call screen you can look at as well, or do you
I do. Yes, sir.
primarily radio?
We have radio or, I mean, either one. But yeah, we communicate through the radio, so yes.
Cell phones as well, city issued cell phones back then?
I never used the cell phone.
Your orders, SOPs say somebody's got to wake up the crime scene sergeant if they're not on duty. Did you do that, or Officer Bain do that?
Officer Bain may have done it. I didn't.
Now, you're familiar with those SOPs, the crime scene sergeant has to be notified if we have a critical police incident. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
You get to the scene, and you take a briefing from the lead detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as you're processing the scene, you have Officer Bain with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where is your office, or where did you guys stay pretty busy, correct? When you
Yes,
were
sir.
at crime scene? And we have in Defense 31 a list of Bain's calls that night, and I assume you worked them too. You're hopping one call after another as soon as you clear in the service. Safe to say?
I don't remember how many calls. I can look through my notes and tell you what I had that night. I mean, I have them in order.
So you brought your original pad without revealing state secrets. Can you just hold the pad up in general, just so the jury sees the size of what we're working off of? Okay.
I remember being at the office when the call was dispatched.
I'm showing you the fourth to last page in Defendants 31. Is that kind of an idea of what y'all's night was like?
No, I think these are previous reports. I don't know what his notes, I don't know what his thought process was when he wrote these notes, but there's no way we could have taken this many calls in one
Okay,
night.
fair enough. I was just clarification. You were at the office, is that at 1000 Talbert?
Yes,
back
sir.
then?
Yes, sir.
For each division in the city of Fort Worth, the radio has at least one primary channel and several talk channels. Is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a talk channel is?
So for certain units inside the police department, for the crime scene unit, we have our own radio channel so they can talk directly to us. If there's any kind of communication needed. That way it doesn't tie up the main patrol channel for all the other calls that are going on. So if that makes sense.
So divisions, north, south, east, west, northwest, central, all have a primary and multiple talk channels. SWAT has its own channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Air 1 has its own channel. Crime scene has its own channel, correct?
That's correct.
So dispatch notifies you through the crime scene channel and gives you an address of where to report, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get the nature of a call, what you're going to.
Yes, I had the nature of the call. So we were following we can listen to other channels too. And so we were aware of what was going on.
In addition to those individual divisions, there's an all call that can go out over all the channels, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did an all call for the critical police incident come out that night?
I don't remember.
How long does it take to get from where you were at Talbert over to where this office location is?
About 10 minutes.
Without going into what you and Officer Dane discussed, did you start getting mentally ready during that 10-minute drive as to what you were going to be facing?
Yes, sir.
When you got there and talked to the lead detective, in the period of time you had to wait for the warrant, if you're there at the 3 o'clock hour and the warrant's not signed until 4:52 in the morning, you had some time to prepare yourself for how you're going to have to process the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because the detective had already been inside, without going into what he said, you received a briefing to know what the layout of the structure was, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you and Bain had time and space to formulate a plan to go through how you're going to process the scene.
Yes, sir.
When you initially get in, do you walk around and make observations first, or do you immediately start taking photos?
No, observations first.
Why is that important?
You're trying to identify really what's important inside the house. So you're looking for, obviously, there's the deceased, you're looking for evidence around it, just trying to figure out what happened.
Given any particular scene, not just this one, you also have to look at scene safety for you and your team, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If there's any objects that may hurt you or pets or anything else, you need to be aware of that.
Yes, sir.
And take appropriate safety precautions. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm sure everybody in this room has seen video of the FBI doing their evidence response team. You don't dress up in a Kevlar suit to go in and process a scene, do you?
No, sir.
Do you take steps, though, to decontaminate your evidence tanks, those little yellow markers, and clean them from one scene to the other, since we're in the realm of DNA nowadays?
As far as are you talking about the placards?
Yes, sir, the yellow placards that you put down next to evidence or where you're going to do a DNA swab. From the previous call, do you clean those and make sure they're preserved and ready to go to the next page?
No.
When you do the initial walkthrough, then you start systematically shooting photos, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the general order say you should shoot all four corners if possible.
Yes, sir.
And you're not going to get fired if you don't, but that's part of the order. If you didn't do it, you didn't do it, right? Safe to say?
Yes, sir.
By law, once somebody passes away through a certain criteria that say defective, you can't move the body, correct?
That's correct.
And you have to wait for the death investigator gets there, yes?
Yes, sir.
In between the time that you started your processing of the scene after the mortal time, your partners came in and they started processing with the light assistant, correct?
Yes, sir.
If I understand your report, you worked some additional photos or took additional photos once the death investigator, once she arrived, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you assist her with taking care of Ms. Jefferson and doing her part of the examination?
No, they usually come in with a team.
If the lead crime scene officer, ultimately, are you one of the last ones on scene?
Yes.
You're the guy usually collecting or gal collecting the crime scene tape and releasing the scene back to the family or securing the lead there.
Us or patrol officers kind of work together on that.
As the lead crime scene officer, did you take the crime scene log with you?
I believe I do.
Was it included as part of your report?
Let me look back real quick. That. It's typical of the protocol for me to collect the crime scene log, though, but I don't think I notated that.
Okay. Hey, we've never worked together, but I expected crime scene to leave with it. I mean, it was a confusing scene out there, right?
Yes, sir.
So if the SOP say you gotta leave with it and get it, that's just part of it. It ended up with somebody somewhere in the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just maybe not the way the bean counters that like the general order said it's supposed to be. Safe to say?
Sure.
When you go into the house, you've done your initial walkthrough, you start taking your photos, they do their scans. After the scans are done, you're allowed to, in your process, start collecting evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you pick what items get what item number?
I guess, yes, I did. I just went by the order of how I saw them.
It's really luck of the draw where you are when you start with number one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nothing gets any special attention, whether it's 1 or 1,000.
That's correct.
The next one up.
That's correct.
What is an L scale in the crime scene world?
It's just it's a reference to show the size of an object.
On the yellow markers, they have nowadays, the ones you were using in 2019, a little bump out, a little plastic bump out that has a grid on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that serves kind of a purpose of an L scale, correct?
Yes, sir.
there are actual physical L scales made by Tertius, dozens others, that are there for you to take images so we know what they are to scale. Would that be safe to say?
Yes, sir.
And your SOPs, your general orders, talk about taking images to scale when it's important to look at detailed objects, such as a projectile hole in the window. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
In your kit that Officer Bain and we worked out on that night, that truck, was it equipped with L scales?
Yes.
And by 2019, I think y'all also had rolls of tape that had scale markings on it and used them to go, if we wanted to take a picture of the judge's board, if there were a defect up here and you wanted to take a picture of the board, you could peel off a piece of the scale, because it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 22 on the tape. It's just that we know it's the scale and you can stick it next to it, take a photo, and go through that, correct?
We typically have that.
For set, hang on. Mr. King, come up. I need counsel.
Okay, so the judge and the attorneys have gone into sidebar mode right now, where they're just talking about stuff, and the judge has asked us, when they're in sidebar, not to show video or audio when that's going on. obviously out of an abundance of caution. So Tiffany, just this morning, I mean, really just we're in the building blocks, right? Building blocks of this case.
Right. The state is just going through and checking off the boxes, making sure that they're getting everything that they need to get in to establish the elements of the crime.
So what happens if they don't do that? I mean, you know, what happens if you miss one of those steps?
So now we're talking about if we don't establish elements, once they get to the end of their case in chief, you will see the defense stand up and ask for that mistrial because the state has not met their burden because they have not established the elements that they're supposed to establish for you know, what they've charged this person with.
So, I mean, while this stuff is tedious, and tedious is a nice way to put it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, like paint drying or something on a wall, but it's necessary.
Right.
I mean, you have to bring these people in. You have to bring in the guy that you know did some of the crime scene stuff. You have to have the guy that recovered the gun because you need to get the gun in, right?
Right.
Because you have to have all these things in order to get to where you need to go.
Right.
And so that's just part of the process.
Right. You know the ME and all of those people that come in and testify to where the the bullet entered and the exit wound and all of that stuff, just so they can make sure that they're checking off all the boxes. So we're just checking off boxes. So we'll have a box here, first element. Here's what we're using to establish that. Box 2. Here's everything we want to enter to establish this particular element of the crime, and they'll go through and they'll methodically introduce everything that they feel is necessary to check off all those boxes.
And it's like I said, it's just tedious, but it's the stuff they've got to do, and if they don't do it, then you have a problem later on down the line. One thing that has struck me, and maybe it's the differences between Tarrant County and Dallas County, I really haven't heard much about Atatiana. In my experience, at least in Dallas County, which is where I have more experience, we would have heard from a witness who, would have, I understand we had Zion, but he's an 8-year-old, and, but we usually would have somebody who would, come in and they'd introduce a picture. And do they normally allow the big pictures in the courtroom and that kind of thing in Tarrant County, or is that just really more of a Dallas County thing?
I don't really know
you don't
about
talk
that, but if you were in Dallas, oh yeah, they make the person's picture is
it'd be like center stage in the courtroom,
right in the courtroom, like propped up in front of the judge's bench.
I don't know if the jury has seen a picture of a Atatiana that I can recall. I mean, out there in YouTube's jury land, have y'all seen a picture of a Atatiana during this trial? Because I don't think we have. I mean, now I know at various points, we've had autopsy photos, but I'm talking about pictures of her alive, not autopsy photos, and so that's been one striking difference to me, is just the that we haven't seen that. That initial witness is often that person who comes in and they introduce the photos, and then you have a big blown up cardboard thing. I mean, you know it exactly.
I know
what I'm
exactly
talking about.
what you're talking about.
And it sits right there, and it sits there during the whole trial where they can look at it, and so I just wonder what kind of impact it has that we really haven't, other than Zion, we really haven't had the emotional connection to the victim.
Yeah, some of that could be a strategy just from the prosecutors who are trying the case, whether or not they want to bring in that element, or if they just want to kind of stick to the facts and stick to the basics, and explain to the jury like why this case and why their verdict should be guilty in this, without having to get into the emotional aspects of it. It could just be a strategy.
Yeah, somebody's asking me why I even asked that question. So I'm like, I can't win for losing. I'm just saying that that's something that I've often seen in trials, that they want to really make you connect, really make the jurors connect with the victim?
Well, I will say this. It is obviously a marked difference because
This person's saying, Justin, it's not about pity, it's about determining the facts and applying the law. But
right. But to your point, if you're in Dallas and if you're someone who's going into a courtroom and you're observing a trial, a murder trial specifically, you will see that. They do that. They will.
So I'm not making this up.
No, you're not making it up. In Dallas County at Frank Crowley, if you're going into a murder, it's almost expected that you are gonna see the CW's picture.
That's the
propped up
complaining
somewhere.
witness, which is the victim.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
It's okay.
you're gonna see a picture of this person, typically smiling, right, in their element. You're gonna see that in Dallas.
Is this more
my
typical of
experience
Tarrant
in
County?
Tarrant County, I haven't really seen that.
Why do you think that is?
I have no idea why. I don't know why it's different. It's just there is a difference between the counties and what you see. That does happen in Dallas County. It happens quite often. I haven't really seen that happen in Tarrant County.
Now, there's some of these people that are agreeing with me. Finally, I mean, it's like, I'm just pointing out, what I've seen, because most of the stuff I've covered is in Dallas County, so I have more
Right.
experience with that county. So you've practiced in both counties. If you were, just talking to a layperson, how would you, if you were to describe the overall differences between the two counties, how would you assess it?
So docket calls are different. A docket call is just when you have like regular court, you're just showing up for your court date. In Dallas, you're not in the courtroom. You're out in the hallway, you're waiting for your attorney to call your name. You don't really go into the courtroom. In Tarrant County, everybody is in the courtroom.
Is it more formal?
I would probably say they're a tad bit more on the formal side.
Dallas
than
County just
Dallas
feels like
County
you're
is.
walking into like a Wild West a little bit.
Well, I mean,
say
it's
that in a
just-
nice way because I love going down to the courthouse.
I practice in a wide variety of the counties around Dallas: Denton, Collin, Tarrant County, Dallas. They're all a little different, and what I would say is there are pros and cons of each one of them. Like, there are things that I love about practicing in Dallas, and there are things that are kind of annoying.
Such as?
There are things about practicing in Collin that are great. Like, Collin's really efficient, but they're the same way. The defendants aren't really in the courtroom in Collin County either. They're out in the hallway. In Tarrant County, everybody's got to come in and everyone's checking in with the bailiff. Like, they're just a little bit more formal than I would say some of the other counties.
It's interesting. One of the things I noticed when I was over at the courthouse last Monday for jury selection, because I went to the first day that they had the 200 potential jurors come down. I mean, it was Rebecca Lopez, who's our, main reporter covering this, basically told me, whatever you do not pull out your cell phone.
Yeah.
Better have it on silent.
No.
Don't pull out your laptop in that courtroom because you're going to be kicked out, you're going to be ejected, and it is not going to be a joke. And I mean, so I was like, okay, them's the rules. I'm not going to do it. But in Dallas County, in my experience, they're a little bit more. I mean, certainly a judge will have a fit if your phone rings in the middle of court. That's not going to be good.
Right.
But
you're usually okay if you just have it on silent. I normally tell my clients just to turn the thing off.
Right.
Just turn it off. So,
let's see. You guys have any questions out there? So, like I said, so we've got, I keep doing this because I think it's important, but, going back to jury selection, a lot's been made of the fact that there are no black jurors on this jury. How does jury selection differ in Tarrant County? How would you describe jury selection in Tarrant County?
So, jury selection in Tarrant County happens the week before trial, actually. So, we come in on Thursday, and we're there to announce ready, the state announces ready, and then that's when you find out which trial is actually going to happen. And then that Friday, they're picking juries. So on Friday, you kind of know who the jury, what jury is going to be seated. And then we come in on Monday and we're starting the trial. And then, depending on how long a trial takes, they'll move on to the next one after that. But the process starts kind of on a Thursday.
Yeah, in this case, it started on Monday, but it's because the pool was much bigger.
Right. So in Tarrant County, you can notice a marked difference in jury pools than you may see in, say, Dallas County. But a lot of that is because...
How would you describe, what's the difference
Well,
there?
it's because of the demographics, right? Like you're talking about a more urban city in Dallas, and there's more rural area in Tarrant County, right? Like they call it the sleepy town, right? It's kind of slower. It has that small town feel to it, but the demographics are slightly different. So you may not see as much of a diverse jury panel or jury panels in Tarrant County than you would see, say, in Dallas County. But when you walk into the courtroom into the courthouse in Tarrant County, there's a marked difference between the personnel that you see, the judges that you see, probation officers, bailiffs, all of these people who work within the system. There's a marked difference in Tarrant County and what you see versus what
It's
you
much
see
more
in
button-up,
Dallas.
if I had to describe it.
Yeah, and also, there's diversity kind of lacking in personnel in Tarrant County.
Yeah.
And that's just...
And the jury pool is going to be wider.
And the jury pool is going to be wider. Honestly, that's just, no one's
the demographics
purposely
of the
doing
county.
that. It's just the demographics of that particular, city and where they are right now, with the demographics. That's all that is.
Hey, Ryan, some folks are asking to get Rebecca or someone who's at the courthouse on the phone.
Yeah,
They're
Rebecca and texted her and William to see if they're at lunch or what's going on. Haven't heard back yet.
You haven't heard back yet?
We'll
Okay.
stay on. So we don't have a courtroom shot right now, so let's kind of keep going.
Okay.
If y'all want to break, we can break.
We can keep going for a bit. We'll keep going for a bit.
Okay, yeah.
You guys have questions out there? We're waiting to hear back from Rebecca. She's up at the courthouse, and as you guys can imagine, whenever you're covering a trial at the courthouse, there is so much going on. It's kind of intense. The last one I covered in person was the Yasser Saeed trial.
Mm-hmm.
He was the man accused of killing his 2 daughters, and he'd been on the run for a long time. And I had actually covered that case back when I was younger. I was a Dallas Morning News reporter, and that was a wild case. And do you remember? You know about that case? I mean, that guy,
Yeah.
He had killed his 2 daughters, because they were dating people that he didn't want them to date, dating outside the faith and the culture, and he killed them. It was one of the most difficult cases I've ever covered as a police reporter, and then of course later on covering the trial, because I actually was, when I was a Dallas Morning News reporter, I was involved in a documentary that was done on that case, and it was a really sad case. But anyway, so what I digress. In your mind, I want to keep going. I want to go back to jury selection. So jury selection. So obviously the jury pool is going to tend to be wider in Tarrant County, but how does walk folks through the process? Like, okay, so you have people come in. So let's say there was a potential black juror that was number 80 back there, right? Because they're randomly numbered. Can you reach back and grab number 80 if you haven't gotten to number 80?
No, I mean, you just go in order. So let's just say that for whatever reason, and each side has a set number of strikes that they can use, and then there's preemptory strikes where neither side has to use one because they're struck for what we call cause. But let's just say, for an example, so everyone can understand, that none of that happened for the first 14 people. Well, 1 through 14 is going to be your jury, right? Regardless, because we're just going down the line. And so if we don't, that's, in some ways we call it deselection process, right? So if for whatever reason there's no reason to strike juror number 1 through 14, then that is your jury and those are your alternates. And you can't say, well, what about the person who's number 27? We want that person. You can't do that because we haven't struck these first.
You have to strike
14
those people
for one reason or another, whether the state has used one of their strikes or the defense has used one of theirs, or they've been struck for cause because they couldn't be rehabilitated, or because they had a valid reason for why they couldn't be on a trial that may last a week. So if there's no reason to get rid of that person in the line, then they are going to be on the jury. It's just how a person falls within the number system. So some attorneys might ask for a shuffle.
So what they did was they had the original numbering, and you had, so jury selection started on Monday, and then they all filled out this 25-page questionnaire, and they had that numbering, and then the people who said they knew something about the case, which was about a little over half of the jury pool, was called back that Wednesday, and then they were questioned, and then I would say several dozen, I don't know an exact number, were dismissed because they had a bias one way or the other. And then there was probably about 10 people that were dismissed just for, I've got an appointment, I've got a kid, whatever, And so when they called that jury pool back down on Friday, I think it was Friday, they called back like 46 people, and the jury was chosen out of that 46 people, and they did a shuffle. They randomly renumbered, and out of that 46, there was actually a black potential juror, a black female, but her wife was having surgery. And so that's how you end up with the jury you end up with.
Right.
I know people. I know it's hard.
Like, no one's saying that that's not frustrating, right?
Right.
But like, no one did anything, sinister to keep the jury pool or the jury panel from being diverse, or keeping black jurors from being on the jury panel. It just kind of, things happen. A jury shuffle happened. People were like, I can't do this for one reason or another. I have a conflict. I have a bias. And then when all that's said and done, you have this jury pool, and that's what each side has to work with, right? So, we're talking about like the state and the defense both have to work with this jury panel.
Right.
And they have to try and get who they think are potential jurors, that the purpose is to find people who are going to actually listen, right? But we're trying to strike people that we think are going to be biased for the state or biased for the defense. And then we come out with a jury panel, hopefully, that is going to sit, be attentive, listen to all of the evidence, and actually come to a just decision. Like, that's the goal. That's the hope.
Well, so folks, we're going to break here in about 5 minutes. So if you've got questions, we're going to break for lunch. You better start putting them in the live stream. I'll answer them if I can. Monique is asking if any other news outlets are live in the courtroom. No, because we're all getting the same pool screen. Everybody's got the same stream, so you can go check it out, but it's going to be the same thing. The audio issues were the same issue when we had that, and have you heard something?
Did you see the comment in the stream, someone claiming from inside the courtroom? I haven't got a hold of Rebecca. I don't know if the judge is meeting with people. We don't have a feed right now.
Yeah, we just don't have a feed.
Yeah. So if you want to keep going, or if you want to reset and then break, we can do that. Whatever you want to do right now, because I don't think we have anything. I don't know how long it's going to last as far as not having.
Well, we're gonna break here in a few minutes for lunch, because I assume they're gonna. This judge. One thing about this judge is he is very punctual. Like yesterday he broke for lunch at noon. Yeah, so somebody was asking was how proportionate was the jury pool. I think my estimation is it was pretty much in keeping with the demographics of that county. But somebody else was also saying this is why it's so important to vote and register to vote.
I'm you know, I'm a stickler for voting, just because I think a lot of people don't realize, especially on an off cycle. That's what we call an off cycle, which means the years that we're not voting for president. You know, you're voting for judges, you're voting for commissioners, you're voting for your sheriff, you know, all of the, you know, your city councilmen. There are a lot of local positions that people vote on, and they just kind of forget about those, or for whatever reason they just don't think they're important. But I would argue in some ways it's actually more important, because those positions affect us in our respective cities,
Right.
more so than at the higher top level. So, you know, preaching to the choir here.
No, yeah, well, but also it affects you getting called for a jury.
It does, because they determine how those summons get sent out. You know, and they, you know, you vote on those people who make those rules and make those policies on how this whole process works. So, very important.
Okay, so folks, we are going to take a lunch break, because I believe that the court will take a break, and hopefully we will have these audio issues and these whatever's going on with the video. Like I said, everybody is getting the same live stream. It's not, you're not going to get something better somewhere else. It's the same everywhere, and it's really frustrating to me too, because I love covering these trials, and I want to be able to hear and I want to be able to see. And so hopefully when they come back, they probably already broke for the lunch, but hopefully when they come back for lunch, during the lunch break, the photographer will be able to get in the courtroom and fix the audio issue, and also fix the video issue as well. And then we can start this back up, and then maybe we'll have some testimony this afternoon that'll be a little bit more exciting because I feel like we're probably done with a lot of the crime scene stuff, right? I mean, feels like it. Maybe not. I mean, they got the gun in.
Yeah.
Got the bullet casing in. So, I mean, it feels like, and they've got the pictures in. So, anyway. Well, hey guys, I appreciate that y'all like our commentary, and I really love doing this. This is, you know, my bosses, they know this is one of the highlights. I do about 2 trials a year like this, and, you know, we do it for big trials. And I think it's really important that people understand the process. And I won't claim to know all the answers. That's why I try to bring on different attorneys every day to try to help us understand, like, why is this happening? There's weird stuff in courtrooms and that kind of thing. So anyway, we'll be back just before 1, and hopefully audio and video will be back. So we're back after lunch. I'm Tanya Iser here with investigative reporter here with Channel 8, and I'm joined again all day by Tiffany Baker. We are waiting for court to come back in session. They actually wrapped up a little bit later, so the judge is bringing the jury back around 1:30. This morning, what we saw was a lot of crime scene testimony. Getting the gun in, getting the bullet in, the bullets, that kind of thing. Just the stuff that you would expect the judge to do, the prosecution to do, the autopsy photos, that kind of thing. Was there anything surprising, any of that we saw this morning?
No, it was all pretty routine. Today's been a pretty routine day. Introducing your experts, trying to get in certain pieces of evidence so that you can publish it, and you do that by bringing your experts in, getting them qualified as experts. Just pretty much standard testimony happening so far.
Right, and we all know this, that trials are long, and not every bit of a trial is all that exciting.
Right.
A lot of it's kind of tedious, but it's necessary, because if depending on what happens here, it could become really important on appeal if you haven't dotted your I's and crossed your T's.
Right.
So we're going to call Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and criminal justice reporter. She is at the Tarrant County Courthouse, and she was present during some testimony that occurred during a point when we didn't have the camera, when the live stream wasn't coming out of the court. So we want to get her on the phone to describe that testimony to us. So I'm going to call her right now. Hey, I'm going to put you on speaker. Hold on one sec. All right, Rebecca. So there was some testimony we didn't hear. Tell us about it.
So I went in just as they were finishing with the crime scene investigator. He was the second crime scene investigator that was called, and he basically was just going through how they processed the scene. But I will tell you, on cross-examination, the defense was really working hard to show that they didn't follow the proper protocols, that they didn't collect the evidence properly, including, he asked him at one point, hey, did you even read the search warrant? He said, I don't recall reading the search warrant. So did you not know what you could and couldn't process? And so they were they grilled him pretty good on that. And then the next person on the stand was the paramedic. And that was, I can imagine, hard for the family to hear, because he was with MedStar. He said Fort Worth Fire Department was already help trying to save her life, and when he got there, she had they were doing chest compressions, and he said that then they took over the chest compressions, and they apparently there were also some like SWAT docs, those SWAT doctors that they have with their tactical teams.
Right.
They were there, but MedStar, he personally says that they drilled into her tibia to give her some sort of medicine to try to get her. Yes, it was really hard. And then by that time, when they took her oxygen level, it was at about 35% oxygen. And also that they tried all kinds of life-saving measures to try to save her. But he says it wasn't possible. So he said they worked on her for about 20 minutes, and then they just said there was just nothing else we could do. And they stopped. So she died there at the scene.
Wow.
And there weren't doctors that could perform, any kind of cardiac, surgery on her or anything like that. So she passed.
Wow. How long did the paramedic testify?
I would say he was probably on the stand maybe only about 15, 20 minutes. And that was about it.
Do we have any? Go ahead.
I believe that they're only going to call a couple more witnesses this afternoon, and then tomorrow I have learned that they're possibly going to call the medical examiner, and then maybe a family member, and the prosecution may rest its case as early as tomorrow.
Oh, wow. That fast?
Yeah, they're going through these witnesses very rapidly.
I mean, I guess when you think about it, I mean, who else could they call? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you've always got the medical examiner. I felt like they might call a couple of training experts on use of force experts to talk about was it necessary to use force, about the whole, like we talked about yesterday, putting yourself in that funnel, that that area where you might put yourself in danger, that kind of thing. I would suspect that maybe they were going to call one of those types of witnesses, because there are a couple of use of force experts on the prosecution's witness list.
I mean, would you be Tiffany? Would you be surprised if they don't call like the lead detective?
I would.
I mean, you feel like surely
They'll
they're
probably
gonna
call him this afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you're going to hear from, because we've only seen the body cam once in court.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's just that it does feel like it's moving rapidly.
Yeah, they've gone through a lot of witnesses fairly quickly.
Is that unusual?
I'm not sure if part of that, because I know that on some of these witnesses, the defense has also just decided not to question either when they were done. So,
or to limit the questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we haven't had, a lot of witnesses where they're just on the stand like all day long or something like that. So I don't know. I'd be surprised if we didn't hear from the lead detective. Obviously, you're going to hear from the medical examiner. But what about Atatiana's family? I still feel like it's odd that we just haven't really heard a lot about Atatiana. I mean, that's very... Tiffany and I were talking about just how different it is in Dallas County on these kind of things.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, no, I don't think the jury, because I watched the jury. I've actually been obviously monitoring it in the auxiliary room for most of the trial, but because I had to go in there today, I watched the jury. They seemed, I don't know, to me, it looked a little bit detached, but also I don't feel like they've gotten a sense of who she was. I mean, you heard a little bit at the beginning in the opening statement about her going to college and that kind of thing, but they haven't personalized her, and I do believe that they're going to call family members, and they're going to end with family members at the end of this trial, and that will be what the jurors are left with before they close.
How important do you think it is, Tiffany, for jurors to hear more about Atatiana?
So I think part of that depends on who's in your jury panel, right? And so as the attorneys who are going through jury selection and are kind of getting to know what their jury makeup is, they have to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to focus on those types of things, right? As just as an example, one of the issues in the Zimmerman trial was that they hadn't humanized Trayvon, right? But the defense did an excellent job of humanizing Zimmerman to the point to where jurors that were talking about him after the fact were talking as if they knew who he was. And so I do think that it's kind of important that for the state, at least, that they kind of humanize the victim, that they talk about her, and kind of give the jury a reason, if you will, to kind of picture her on that night.
Because they can obviously picture Aaron Dean.
Correct. And she's not here to tell anybody what was going through her mind, her fear, things of that. And so when you have a victim who's not here, who's no longer with us, I personally feel like it's the state's job to let everyone know who your victim is, who they were, and what they possibly might have been going through at the time that they passed away.
Right.
Well, and I think like in past cases like this that we've covered, if you remember, they had both of them Jean's picture up the entire time, like right by where the judge sits, and then they also did the same thing with little Jordan Edwards, when he was murdered by McCoy Oliver, and they humanized it. I mean, we knew a lot about Jordan Edwards, little boy, and he played football, and same thing with both of John. We know he sang in the choir. We knew all of that stuff. I do not feel like I know a lot after hearing the testimony so far about Atatiana, so I think you guys are right on point.
Yeah, and Tiffany and I were talking about, that some of that is the differences between Tarrant County and Dallas County. The cases that you're talking about, they were all tried in Dallas County. And this is this the first big cop case we've had tried in Tarrant?
First murder case involving an officer on duty in Tarrant County's history.
That's
yes.
what I thought. That's what I thought. So, but just, it feels like, at least from the prosecution side, that feels like unless they're going to get to it, a bit of a failure.
Yeah, I feel like I wanted to hear more about her. We did get a little bit of that from the testimony of Zion, where he talked about she was playing games and they burnt the hamburgers and that kind of thing. You heard a little bit about that, and then the neighbor talking about, but more about Zion and that they would mow the lawn together. So you got little glimpses, but you haven't heard a lot about who Atatiana was. And also, I think also burned into the jurors' minds is that the defense is trying to show that they thought it was a burglary. They keep showing that house in complete disarray, and I think that the prosecution hasn't done. I mean, yeah, they're like, well, it's messy, but there was a lot going on, with Atatiana at the time. She's taking care of her sick mom who's in the hospital, the little boy. And there's a lot going on in her life, and I just don't feel like the jurors have gotten that.
The judge is he on the bench?
He's just settling back onto the bench. No audio yet.
Okay, so guys, the judge is settling back onto the bench. We have no audio yet, but we're getting there, and he's been pretty timely about when he says he's going to start. Well, why don't we bring his picture up and we can talk over it, and just keep an eye out for the audio.
Tanya a little while ago because you noticed that our feed did go out, and he did address the media in open court, and there were some rules that were violated by another TV station that violated what the judge thought we should be shooting inside the courtroom, and that was zooming in on the laptops of the prosecutors, and also at one point they inadvertently showed a jury member, and we went and addressed the judge immediately when we knew about the juror, but not immediately when it happened with the zooming in not once, not twice, but 3 times, and the judge did admonish the media and set some very strict guidelines about what we can and cannot shoot inside that courtroom now.
Well, and Rebecca, I will say that as we were sitting back here, we were having a bit of a heart attack about that. Because when we cover these trials, live streaming a trial, having a camera in a courtroom is a privilege. It is not a right. And
you have to have some decorum also, like not showing the autopsy photos, not showing the body camera footage where you see Atatiana's body. And so some of that, can be avoided. And the judge told us that from now on, if there is something like he's probably going to show the autopsy photos again. He did say that he will provide those for us at the end of the day. If you absolutely want it, although I don't know sure what anybody would.
So for
Okay,
just
bye,
purposes
Rebecca.
of the record, the state offered 115, which was a picture taken from somebody in the Tarrant County Criminal DA's office that shows the close-up Prosecutor Diener's screen. And we're just offering that for the record. And then for the record purposes, at that time, once, Judge, you learned of that, you you instructed the cameras to be turned off. I don't know if they're back on again, but I just wanted to clear that up for record purposes, Your Honor.
Any objection to state 115 for purposes of the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 115 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Judge, just so while we're outside the presence, we've spoken to the camera crew.
Okay, so the Tiffany, they're still in a sidebar, and what the rule right now is that when they're in sidebar, all the mics have to be cut. Obviously, we're trying to be extra careful, and I like I was saying right before they started to talk earlier. Those of us that have covered trials, this is now my 4th trial that I've covered like this, live streaming. All the members of the media that are involved in this process are actually very, very careful. But I know this may surprise folks out there, but members of the media are also human too. And sometimes they make mistakes. And unfortunately, when you make a mistake, sometimes you have to deal with the consequences of that mistake. So I think they're probably talking about that stuff right now. Of course, I could be wrong because I'm not hearing the audio and I don't really know. But the judge in open court, as Rebecca said, had admonished the media about being careful and about this, after this mistake that was made, I want to say, by a different television station in our market. So we'll see, what happens here, and hopefully we'll get started up here pretty soon, and we'll have audio and video, which will be really great. We're being told that tomorrow is going to be probably more like a half a day, and then there'll be no court on Friday, and then they'll be restarting on Monday with the defense. So we're expecting the prosecution to rest tomorrow. But we were talking right before they kind of started talking in the courtroom about just this issue of humanizing Atatiana Jefferson, and I guess I'm still a little taken. That's one thing that I keep bringing it up because it really stands out to me that we haven't seen much of that. So maybe it'll happen tomorrow, but it feels like something that we're missing.
Yeah, I'm not sure, who all they have left to call or who they are going to call, but I do think that it could possibly become a factor that they have not talked about her or, kind of humanized her for the jurors.
We've heard a lot about how messy her house was.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which, again, look in my window.
Yeah, I just think that the defense more so want to harp on the appearance of the inside, what you could see through the door, to bolster what their theory is going to be and what they're going to present. And I think that that's something that they're going to keep harping on. Like, they showed up. It looked like, something had gone down in there. It looked like, it could have been a robbery or, something of that nature. So.
Hey, Rebecca. Do you want me to put you on speaker? Hold on, let me put you on speaker. Hold on, let me find you can see I've got like all these mics. Folks out there, you can tell I'm not a technical person. So where's the mic for this one? Hold on, it's V15. Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry guys. All right, I'm gonna put you on speaker. All right, go ahead, Rebecca.
The examiner is about to testify, and they are going over some of what they're going to allow the defense attorneys to ask him. Apparently, the toxicology report reveals that there was a small amount of a substance that the judge is not allowing the defense to go into to ask about. Also, she was diabetic and had a diabetic pump, and they wanted to know if that somehow impacted her that day, and so they talked a little bit about that, and the judge also is not going to allow the defense to go into that as well. She had an insulin pump, and they wanted to know if she was hypoglycemic, if that had some sort of she reacted because of her insulin and all that kind of stuff. So
well, how about she reacted because somebody was in her backyard?
Yeah, so they said that they're not going to allow that, and then they're going to show the autopsy photos in a little while and go through that. They asked the family if they were okay with that, and the family said yes, but they are going to limit the scope of what the defense can ask about the substance that was found in her system. They are, in general, going to allow them to ask if you had something like this in your system, would it impact your reaction? Would it impact what you're doing? The judge is going to allow that, but in a general sense and not specifically with this victim.
Well, why would you even bring it up why would you even go there at all?
The prosecution says this is totally to assassinate the character of Atatiana Jefferson. In fact, that is a quote. They said this is nothing more than an attempt to assassinate the character, so victim shaming.
Right. So, are they talking about any other issues? I mean, is the medical examiner all we're expecting this afternoon?
There's apparently going to be 2 witnesses today. And the medical examiner is up first, and then they're expecting, I believe, another witness because they said this was the second to the last witness today when I was in the court just a little while ago. And then I know tomorrow they're possibly expecting to call some family members. But anyway, so, that's what they were having a sidebar about, what they can ask this medical examiner.
But why are we still not getting audio out of the courtroom? Like, what's going on? Do you know?
The judge has asked that if there is no one specifically on the stand and they are in a sidebar, we turn off the mics. That's my understanding. I need to clarify that because that should have been something that we could have shown because it was an open court.
Right. Now, I guess I'm saying I understand that we can't have audio on the sidebars. I guess I'm just surprised the sidebars are still going on. I guess I assumed that. Oh well, I mean, I guess I.
Sidebar because it was an open court when they were discussing this with everybody in there except the jury.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why we don't have the audio popped up on this.
Yeah, because that part would still be on the record. So I'm not sure.
It was on the record, yes.
Because normally we can, as long as it was a sidebar, we can't have audio. But I'm surprised that we're not getting audio. Are they on the record right now, do you think?
They're on the record. They're definitely on the record right now. I think that there is probably some miscommunication with because the judge did admonish us pretty strongly today.
And rightfully so.
And he did not want any, once the jury is out and people are milling around, he didn't want that ambiance noise to be broadcast. But if you're on the record, that should be something.
Yeah,
that is there.
Do we have any idea when they're going to start back, like when we're going to actually start seeing testimony again then?
Yes, we should be getting, they went to go talk to the prosecutors left the courtroom to go and talk to the medical examiner to be prepared for some questions that the defense is possibly going to ask, and that is that question about if you had this thing in your system, would it impact your reaction? Would it impact how you reacted to something? And the judge again said you can ask it in general, you cannot ask about this specific victim.
Can you do me a favor and go back in the courtroom and try to get us some more intel? Because obviously we're kind of in the dark.
Yep, I'll go back in there.
All right,
That's
great.
what's going on right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
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 Okay, well, things are... People keep saying there's sound on Law and Crime. Folks, we're getting the same feed. You can't be getting anything different. It is literally the same stream. We got one pool photographer in the courtroom. It's going to be the same. So we're all dealing with the same issues right now. So we're going to get the medical examiner on this afternoon. What do they need to do with the medical examiner?
So typically when we're having a medical examiner reporting, they're talking about the injuries that the person sustained. To address kind of what Rebecca was saying about what was happening as far as their discussion about what the defense could get into and not get into, I think the judge made the right decision. So what we're weighing here is whether or not things that get brought up during the trial are going to be, more prejudicial than probative value, right? So that's kind of one of those things, because the reason why we're having this trial today is not because they got called to a scene where somebody was overdosing or somebody was
Right, what she's got in her
acting
system's irrelevant.
crazy or weird. Whatever is in her system is irrelevant, because the cops didn't know if there was something in her system at all at the time. The only thing that they were there to do was because a neighbor called, said a door was open, and they were there checking it out. That's literally it. Anything else that comes in as far as what was in her system, what kind of medication she was on, distracts from what we're actually here to try to decide. And to be clear, the question is it's not whether or not a murder was committed. A murder was committed. And he, in fact, has to basically essentially say, yes, I did murder this person.
But the question is, was it justified?
The question is
Yeah.
whether or not it's justified. Because in order for him to say self-defense, he has to actually admit, and they are, that there's no question that a murder was committed, that a murder happened. The question that is going to be answered by this jury is whether or not it was done in self-defense.
Right, right. And you think he's going to have to testify?
As a defense attorney, I don't want my clients to testify, but in cases where we're talking about self-defense, you almost kind of have to, the defendant has to testify as to what his frame of mind was and what his state of mind is. No one can assert that for you. He's got to assert it himself. So I would be somewhat surprised if he doesn't, but as a defense attorney, it makes me kind of nervous to have them testify.
Okay.
Jefferson in real life, at this stage of the trial, we think that a balancing test would need to be made if the state intends to offer these numbered exhibits during the guilt innocence phase.
What are they? What numbers?
88, 89, 90, 91, and 92. If those are supposed to be offered, plus is a picture of the real life of Atatiana Jefferson. Some of them have family members in them and individuals other than herself. We'd ask the court to do a balancing test at this point.
Let me see.
Just since we're on the record, all of these have been previously provided to the defense. I've just now provided them with printed out copies of the 6 that we intend to offer out of the 50 that we were providing.
Is this Zion?
It is?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let's correct that.
Yes.
Zayden, his brother.
Yeah.
Zion's brother Zayden.
State's 91. Who is this?
That's Zion, Judge. Zayden is his younger brother.
Okay. Okay, so for purposes of guilt innocence, I will allow states 90, 91, and 92. If we get to punishment, the court would allow states 88 and 89 to come in at punishment.
I have 87 on my list too. Can I just?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stickers.
Do you have an 87 up there, Judge?
No, sir, I was only given 5.
Okay.
Can you, so 80, so 90, 91, and 92, you would allow during guilt innocence. The others would be only.
The photos of her and the photo of Zion, because the jurors have heard from Zion.
Okay.
The photos with the other family members is for an issue of punishment, if we get there.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, I understand that the state's going to be playing the other portions of Zion's interview. When they played the other part yesterday, the audio was only like at 55 to 60%. We asked that it be turned up, just like they turned up Dean's body camera to 100%, so the jury can hear what Zion's saying.
Do you have it on the desktop, Ms. Diener? The new?
I do. You want to practice that?
Yeah, let's pull that up and let's see how. Let's pull it real quick so we can see the
You
volume.
were talking about your Aunt Atatiana, and you're talking about the weapon that she had. Tell me more about what that weapon looks like.
That's good. That's good. Okay. All right, that's fine. So the volume that the interview was just played at, that would be the volume I would play it at in front of the jury. Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Everybody good to go?
Defense is ready. State's ready.
All right, bring in the jury. All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. I apologize for the delay. The lawyers and I have been working, okay? Mr. Smith, who do you have next?
Your Honor, before the state calls another witness, the state would offer State's Exhibit 116 for all purposes. It is another excerpt from the forensic interview of Zion Carr. It is agreed by both the defense and the state to its admissibility, and we would offer it at this time.
Any objections to 116?
No, Your Honor.
116 is admitted?
Permission to publish using the smartboard.
Yes, sir.
You were talking about your Aunt Atatiana, and you're talking about the weapon that she had. Tell me more about what that weapon looks like.
It looked like a pistol. It had like anyone and stuff, the whole of it, like a gray thing right here.
So there's a hole in the front and a gray thing right here.
And
Excuse me. And you said you thought ammo. Where was the ammo?
like it was, one of them was on the floor because she got a ammo thing on the floor.
What do you mean she has the ammo thing on the floor?
Like she got an ammo on the set, like when they take it out and take it back in. Like she got an extra one and it's on the floor,
Where is it on the floor?
by the window.
By the window. Is it always on the floor by the window, or did she put it there or something?
Always by the door, always by the window.
Always by the
I
window.
don't think she could have picked that up.
Okay. And you said that she got that weapon out of her purse. Where does she usually keep that weapon?
In her purse.
In her purse?
She used to have a case to put it in,
Mm-hmm.
but now I don't know what it is because like she told me she got more guns, but she's hiding it from me.
Okay. Have you seen any different guns at her house?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Are you allowed to touch that gun that's in her purse?
Mm-mm.
What are the rules about that?
Don't touch the gun.
Mr. Smith?
State calls Dr. Richard Freeze.
Dr. Freeze? Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I so swear.
Rule of evidence is in effect. Don't talk about the case with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
Dr. Freeze, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, my name is Dr. Richard Christian Freeze. I'm a deputy medical examiner at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been over at the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office?
About 10 years.
What is, you said you're a deputy medical examiner, what's that mean?
We are forensic pathologists. We investigate deaths. In particular, our office is concerned with determining the cause and manner in which people died, and in particular, deaths that are not natural or suspicious in nature.
Okay, so what's it mean to be a forensic pathologist?
That again goes to, we usually perform autopsies and death investigations into determining the cause and manner of death in individuals.
How does somebody become a forensic pathologist?
I did my undergraduate training at the University of Texas, Dallas, in biology. Following that, I went on to do my medical training at the University of North Texas Health Science Center here in Fort Worth. I then did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Medical College of Virginia, Virginia Commonwealth University. And then went on to do subspecialty training in forensic pathology. I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Texas, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
Okay, so how does all that stuff help you be a forensic pathologist?
So we use that medical training and knowledge of pathology in our examination of deceased individuals in order to elicit and come to a conclusion as to what caused their death.
And you went to medical school?
Yes.
And so you just, some people become like a pediatrician, you chose this route?
That's correct.
So where did you work at before the Tarrant County ME's office?
Prior to the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's office, I was in Richmond, Virginia. I worked as a local medical examiner for about 2 years there.
And was that your first job out of school?
Yeah, aside from residency.
Where did you do your residency?
Virginia Commonwealth University Medical College of Virginia Hospital System.
So have you testified as an expert, as a forensic pathologist a few times or many times?
Many times.
All across the state of Texas?
Yes, in many jurisdictions.
And you've done it in Virginia too?
I have not in Virginia.
Oh, not in Virginia. And you testified in this courtroom, as a matter of fact, haven't you? I mean, not necessarily in this actual room, but in the 396th District Court where Judge Gallagher is the elected judge.
Yes.
Right? So were you working as a forensic pathologist in October of 2019?
I was.
And as a result of working there at the Tarrant County ME's office in October of 2019, did you have the opportunity to perform an autopsy on an individual named Atatiana Jefferson?
I did.
So, could you just kind of give a brief synopsis of how you do an autopsy to the jury?
So deaths will be reported to our office, how this generally begins. They can be reported by anyone. Most commonly it will be by the police agencies, first responders, hospitals, and we have staff on hand 24 hours who will take those calls. When we take that case, we'll assign that case a unique identifying case number. It will then follow that case throughout the process. Our investigators will take the call, take down the information regarding that, and then depending upon the circumstances may also actually go out to the location, the scene where the body is at, and acquire additional information, both from individuals who are present for that, perhaps family members or people that might provide medical history or any information about the circumstances. We'll then bring the body into our office. We'll start by performing an external examination where we'll look at the body as it arrives, documenting the clothing that's present, any medical intervention that may be in place from attempted resuscitation. We'll then clean the body off, make general documentations of standard information, hair color, height, weight, things of that nature. And clean the body off and document any injuries, any evidence of disease. Then we'll proceed to do an internal examination where we will open up the body with a standard Y incision and reflect the scalp so we can examine the internal organs and again look at them for any evidence of injury, trauma, or disease processes. During that, we'll collect specimens as necessary for additional testing.
So, exactly on what day did you perform the autopsy on Atatiana Jefferson?
That was the 13th day of October 2019,
Around what time?
11:30 a.m.
So, whenever you began the examination, what did you find on Atatiana?
Most prominently was she had sustained a gunshot wound to her torso with an entry wound in the left upper chest.
Were there any other injuries on Atatiana?
On
the outside?
On the outside, there was what we refer to sometimes as pseudo-stippling or fragments from glass that had embedded in her skin.
What? Okay, you said that. Could you walk us through what is pseudo-stippling?
When a bullet is discharged from a gun, not just the bullet leaves the gun. As the gunpowder is ignited and propels the bullet out of the barrel, we can see other stuff sometimes is projected with that. The gunpowder, soot from the combustion of the gunpowder. And if an individual is close enough to the barrel, that may be deposited on the skin, and it can give a pattern. We'll describe whether soot is present if we have that, or a stippling or tattooing pattern from the gunpowder striking the skin can cause a small defect and perhaps even embed in the skin. In cases where we have the bullet may strike another object before it goes on to strike the individual, portions of that object can break off and travel in the direction as well, and those can also deposit themselves on the skin and cause defects.
So what's the difference between stippling and pseudo-stippling?
Stippling is the term we use for when it is caused by that gunpowder, and pseudo-stippling is a general term for something that may appear like that but is caused by something other than gunpowder.
And in researching this case to prepare for your autopsy, did you learn that the projectile bullet had in fact passed through a plane of glass?
Yes.
So you expected to see this pseudo-stippling?
Not necessarily expected. It is a possibility. Obviously, there's a lot of additional variables, just like with, you may see that deposit, the stippling from a gun deposit if they're close enough. You will also only see that if the individual is close enough to the object for those to travel and strike the individual.
Were there any other external injuries?
No.
Well, I mean, there was a IO needle in the shin, right?
There was medical therapy present, yes.
Medical therapy present, the two punctures on the lungs and the one on the shin, but you don't consider that external injuries?
No, I would generally will list that under my autopsy reports under medical intervention.
So what was your next step in the autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
Following the external examination, then proceeded to the internal exam to document any of the injuries in the wound path of the bullet and to recover the bullet. There was no exit wound present externally, and X-ray revealed that a bullet was identifiable on that.
What did you find in your internal examination?
So the bullet passed through the muscle and the soft tissue of the chest wall and proceeded in, perforated, went through the heart, the diaphragm, injured the liver, the right kidney, and then ended up in the right back with a small fracture of the right 12th rib. And next to that, the bullet was recovered.
Now, approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
If you would please, would you look at State's Exhibits 71 through 87 inclusively, just to yourself without showing them to the jury? Do you recognize State's Exhibit 71 through 87 inclusively?
I do.
And are they pictures that were taken during the autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
Yes,
And they truly accurately depict what you saw while performing this autopsy?
they do.
And that is it including the projectile that was recovered as well as an X-ray so you could find the projectile in her body?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, State offers States Exhibit 71 through 87 inclusively for all purposes, tendering to defense counsel for review.
Mr. Good, you previously, outside the presence of the jury, objected to States Exhibits 75, 76, 80, 82, 83, and 84. Do you renew those objections?
We do, Your Honor, and I apologize for not standing as I'm looking through these.
So other than those photographs, do you have objections to any of the remaining photographs?
No further objections, Judge.
And you renew your objections previously? All right, those are overruled. States Exhibits 71 through 86 are admitted, and you may have a running objection to the photographs that you objected, and I overruled your objection.
Did you say 71 through 86?
86.
It's actually 87.
87. 71 through 87 inclusively.
Got it. 87 is admitted.
Permission to publish
Yep.
using the smart work.
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness again?
Yes, sir.
There's a laser pointer if you want.
All right, first we're going to show you first I'll show you State Exhibit 71. What are we looking here?
Here we're looking at Ms. Jefferson's hands, in this case the right hand. Standard procedure to photograph the hands, particularly in gunshot cases.
State Exhibit 72.
This looking at the prior one being the back of the hand and now looking at the palm.
Okay. State Exhibit 73.
And then the back of the left hand
74.
and the palm of the left hand.
All right, State Exhibit 75. What's the jury seeing here?
So in this photograph, we're looking at the upper chest and neck of Miss Jefferson. We can see the hand as it's positioned there. And we can see many of these multiple small superficial kind of punctate defects. And this is the pseudo-stippling caused from the glass fragments striking the body.
So each and every one of those little dots is a little piece of glass?
Yes.
State Exhibit 76.
Here we've similar picture. We can see a little more of the neck. Here's the chin, and we can see a little more of the chest and the deposition of the glass and the defects caused by it.
And the bottom, from our bottom, that's her neck.
Yes, this is her chin here, the neck, the right shoulder, and then the chest here.
Okay. State Exhibit 77.
This is a close-up of the defects, again caused by that glass on the anterior of the front of the right shoulder.
Why aren't they all the same size?
As glass fragments, you will get different sizes for that. And so there's a lot of variability with that depending upon the type of glass.
Okay. And what about State Exhibit 78?
In this picture, we can see both in the background the defects we were looking at earlier, and additional, we can see more of those present on her face.
Can you go back to 78, please? Are they even on her lips?
Yes.
So those small pieces of glass were traveling fast enough to break the skin
Yes.
and then bleed. Is that right?
Yes. They're largely superficial. They don't penetrate deeply through the skin, but.
And can we see something in the top upper left corner of State's Exhibit 78?
Yes, and there we can see the entry gunshot wound.
Okay. State's Exhibit 79.
79 is, again, looking at the right upper chest and shoulder where we saw those the pseudostippling previously.
Okay, State's Exhibit 80.
80, we're again looking at the upper chest and the face. We can see the pseudostippling caused by the glass and the entry gunshot wound on the left upper chest.
Okay. What about State's Exhibit 81? What are we seeing there?
This is a close-up of the entry gunshot wound. We can see it's a little oval in shape. There's abrasions around the margin, and we don't see any gunpowder or soot that I previously described there.
Would you, from what you know of this case, and bullet going through the window, would you have expected to see the soot?
I wouldn't in that scenario, no. But it's something we always look for.
And why not?
Because there is a target interposed between the firing of the gun and the individual.
And I know there's no soot there around that bullet wound, but is that what you would expect? Is that how a bullet wound looks in that on human skin?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 82. So, what is this a picture of?
This is a picture of her heart. We have the anterior surface of the heart here, and we can see the defect caused by the bullet there.
And you, with your laser pointer, for purpose of the record, you pointed to a very dark, almost cavity in the right portion of the heart, maybe a little bit to the lower half on the right side, from looking at the picture on the right side of the photo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So is that where the bullet went into the heart?
Yes.
Where did it strike the heart exactly?
So it went into the heart at the anterior surface and involved the left ventricle. So the left side of the heart here is the left ventricle that pumps all the blood out to the rest of your body. So it's the largest chamber here, and then this being the right side. So it went through the left ventricle, and then there's what we call the interventricular septum. There's a septum that divides the right and left ventricles. It proceeded through that and then through the right side of the heart.
Judge, if I could interject briefly, the witness appears to be reading from something up there on the witness stand as he answers the question.
Are you referring to your report?
Yes.
It appears he's referring to his report. You wish to see what he's looking at? Okay. Okay. Don't read from it. Just use it to refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Okay?
So what happens when a bullet goes through a heart like this?
Well, a few things. Blood will exit the heart. The heart is the muscle that pumps blood to the rest of your body. With a hole in the chambers, as the heart continues to pump, that blood will exit the heart, and it will enter into both the pericardial sac around there and into the chest around there. And as the chest fills up with blood, that will compress the lungs and make breathing more difficult as well. And with that blood loss, we will have an inability to provide oxygen to the brain and other tissues that will cause eventual death.
How fast would you expect the blood to be coming out of the heart with a wound like that in it?
Pretty quickly, especially with an injury to the left ventricle.
Go on to State's Exhibit 83. What is this a picture of?
Here we're looking at the liver, and we can see, this is looking at the backside of the liver with the gallbladder here. The diaphragm would sit above this, and we can see the wound path continuing. After it goes through the diaphragm, it continues through the liver here, causing this disruption and destruction of tissue.
And for the record, the witness has used the red laser pointer to point out the apparent injury that goes across the top right quadrant of the liver in State's Exhibit 83. So, if you this type of injury just on the liver, is this bad?
Yes. The liver is also highly vascular. A lot of your blood passes through that in order to metabolize substances. It has a lot of function for that. So you can expect a lot of blood loss from a larger liver injury like this as well.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 84, what is this?
Here we're looking at the right kidney, and we can similarly see the defect there caused by the wound path injuring the pole of the kidney.
And for the record, you were pointing at, you can see the clear wound at the top quarter portion or top third portion of the kidney in State's Exhibit 84, is that right?
That's correct.
So what about just this wound itself? Could this be a fatal wound?
Yes, it can. A lot of blood, when it leaves the heart and is pumped down through the aorta, blood will then go off to the kidneys, and the kidneys also serve as a filtering function for that. Because of that, a lot of your blood volume, when it is pumped, goes through there, so you can have extensive bleeding from kidney injuries.
And so this may sound like a dumb question, but the human body is filled with blood. Why? I mean, is it bad when there's blood where there shouldn't be blood?
Yes.
And what I mean by that is it good to have just free flowing blood in the chest cavity?
No. It presents two problems. One, again, just the loss of blood. If you don't have it in your vasculature in order to provide oxygen and nutrients to your tissues, that will, cause damage to them. Will frequently refer to as hypoxia, the lack of oxygen being delivered to those tissues. Additionally, we may have other problems caused by the blood being in an inappropriate cavity. As I mentioned earlier, is that blood, as it pumps out and collects in the chest, that will put pressure on the lungs, keeping them from expanding and inhibiting breathing, which will further exacerbate the inability to oxygenate your blood.
So would you be surprised if earlier in the trial a paramedic had said they had worked on Atatiana Jefferson for 20 minutes and she never breathed on her own?
That wouldn't surprise me.
And they never had a pulse?
That wouldn't surprise me either.
And they never had an electrical reading from the heart?
Again, I wouldn't be surprised by that. This is a very lethal wound.
They see State's Exhibit 85. So what is State's Exhibit 85?
This is the bullet that was recovered from her back.
Okay, is that normally how bullets look whenever the actual projectile, when you see them after they've been shot?
That's not uncommon depending upon the type of ammunition. Many types of bullets are designed to kind of open up to disperse the energy into the individual and keep from penetrating through and striking someone else.
Okay. State's Exhibit 86?
This is the bullet from the side.
And is that kind of a better picture of it opening up so it kind of disperses that energy?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 87, what is that?
This is the radiograph or x-ray of, particularly we can see the pelvis hair, the bottom of the rib cage, and the bullet on the right side.
So, after Atatiana was shot, and that bullet traveled the way it did she have any chance at surviving that wound?
These are very devastating wounds. I would not expect somebody to survive them.
So, your heart's above your liver, which is above your kidney. How would you explain the bullet traveling in that path?
So when we describe directions of wound paths, we'll generally describe them in a standard anatomic position, where an individual is standing face forward, arms at the side, palms out. And then we'll describe in that position as going from the back to the front, right to left, etc. I can't tell you what position an individual was in when they were shot. Based off that, that's why we standardize that.
But would it be consistent with someone who's maybe leaning forward?
Yes, there's a downward trajectory for that, so that's a frequent scenario we'll see with downward trajectories, that if somebody is leaning forward would explain that.
Well, would Atatiana die quickly with a wound like this?
Yes, it would be pretty quick.
Well, if we've seen some body camera footage that showed her groaning and moaning, did that surprise you in any way?
No, that wouldn't surprise me.
Well, why is that not surprising?
It wouldn't necessarily be immediate. As with the injury to the heart, it is going to take some time for that blood to leave the body. the lack of oxygen delivered to those tissues and subsequently brain function and the shutting down of the body will take some time.
Have you ever heard of a term called agonal breathing?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's frequently a term used to describe somebody's kind of final breaths while dying. As the brain is shutting down, you may even continue because it is a lower, breathing's a lower function, a more essential function in the brain. That'll continue for longer after other regions of the brain may no longer be viable.
So, taking a gun, pointing it at somebody, pulling the trigger, is that an act really dangerous to human life?
I think so.
I mean, it clearly was in this case, wasn't it?
Yes.
What's another term of art? What does cause of death mean?
So cause of death is what we use to describe the injury or disease process that caused someone to die. Common examples of that might be a heart disease.
What was your finding the cause of death in your autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
It was a gunshot wound to the torso.
And what does manner of death mean?
So manner of death is how we classify deaths. As the classifications are natural deaths, which are due entirely to a natural disease process. Accidental deaths, where common examples of that may be motor vehicle collisions or drug overdoses. Suicides are when the person inflicts the death upon themselves. And then homicide is death at the hands of another person.
And what was your ruling for the manner of death in your autopsy of Atatiana Jefferson?
Homicide.
Who passed the witness?
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You doing all right this afternoon?
I am.
Your manner of death, homicide, suicide, accident, there's also an undetermined, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And in this case, you determined the cause of death to be homicide, is that right?
That's correct.
No. That's a medical term, is that right?
More of a functional term, I would say.
Well, I guess the point I want to make is that homicide is not synonymous with murder, is it?
That's correct. We don't make determinations of murder. That's left to triers of fact.
Okay, so murder's a legal term, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And it has a specific legal definition in the state of Texas, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it also has a series and set of justifications that apply to a murder case also, is that right?
I'm not a lawyer, but that's my understanding.
You were describing earlier the path that you described to this bullet as it traveled through Ms. Jefferson's body.
Yes.
And maybe you could either I could demonstrate on myself or you could demonstrate on yourself. Would you show the jury where, if you were use your body to demonstrate Ms. Jefferson's body, show the jury where the bullet entered her body?
So it was on the left upper chest, as we saw in the pictures, in this both this area.
And where did you locate the projectile that you located?
The bullet was in the soft tissue of the right side of the back near the 12th rib.
And the entry, you do some measurements when you do an autopsy, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that the measurement that you ascribed to the entry wound was 11 inches below the top of her head?
Yes.
And you can feel free to consult your report if you do not recall off the top of your head.
Yes, it was 11 inches below the top of the head.
11 inches from top of head to entry gunshot wound, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then where you located the bullet was down here in the lower back, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you measure the location of the projectile?
Yes.
And what was the measurement you got?
That was 21 inches below the top of the head.
So would it be a fair statement that the projectile was located 10 inches lower than the entry gunshot wound?
Yes.
So from here, from
entry gunshot wound up here to the location where it was found is a 10-inch space, is that right?
That's correct.
So the bullet traveled through her body in a downward path.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Did it also travel from her left to her right?
That's correct.
You measured it to being from the front center of her body. You measured it to be 4.5 inches to the left of the front center of her body.
Yes.
And in the rear of her, where the projectile was located, you measured that from the posterior midline, the back, the middle of the back. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you described the direction looking at it from the front. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, the direction we describe as in a standard anatomic position.
Which is facing the subject, right?
Yes.
So the bullet ended up being 4 inches to the left of her backbone as you look at it from the front.
No, we turn the body over to measure it from the back when we recover that. So, but it is the midline and the back and the front are in the same.
So let's look at your report real quick. Because in your description, you're describing it as you saw it from the front. Looking at the bottom of page 5.
Mm-hmm.
The bullet is recovered from the subcutaneous tissue of the right lower back, 21 inches below the top of the head, and 4 inches left of the posterior midline.
Yes.
So
posterior is back.
It is back, isn't it?
Yes.
And it was 4 inches to the left of the posterior midline.
Oh.
Right?
Yes, that appears to be a typo on my part. That should have been 4 inches to the right.
Okay. Stand up and show the jury. Let's forget all about the directionality and everything else. Show the jury where it was.
So the bullet was around here in the back.
Okay. So not only did the bullet travel from top to bottom in a downwards direction, it also traveled from left to right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could you show the jury how Miss Jefferson would have been facing the weapon that struck her?
Again, I can't tell you the position of the body in any given instance.
Well, did the bullet deflect as it entered her body?
I don't have anything to suggest that.
Okay. Well, then it traveled in a straight line path, right?
Generally, they do.
Okay. And they generally travel in a straight line path from the muzzle to the target, too, don't they?
That's correct.
All right. So would it be a fair statement that she had to have been facing the weapon in a somewhat crouching position?
It was consistent with her facing the weapon and leaning forward.
And also, she was facing it in a bladed stance, wasn't she?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, she wasn't facing it directly center on, was she?
Yeah, that would be consistent with her being turned somewhat to the to her right.
To her right, which is this way, correct?
Correct.
So relative to the bullet, she's down like this and twisted to her right slightly.
That would be consistent with the wound path.
So you described her being, based upon your observations during the autopsy and also the investigative work that was provided to you, you understood that there was an intermediate target between the muzzle of the weapon and Miss Jefferson. Is that right?
Yes.
And you understood that to be a glass window, correct?
That's correct.
So, based upon your testimony, tell me if this is a fair statement, that the glass window stopped whatever gunpowder was ejected from the muzzle of the weapon. Is that right?
That could be. That'll depend upon the distance of the firearm from the window.
But that's certainly a glass window would do that if the firearm was close enough to it.
Yes.
But then also at the same time, when the bullet entered the glass window, it created a fracture in the window, which caused the window to shatter and create these particles that we see on Miss Jefferson's face and upper torso.
Yes, that's correct.
And it would be a fair statement that based on the laws of physics, that when the bullet entered the window, that the material spread out in a cone shape from the window.
That's a common understanding of that, yeah.
So it's from a small defect in the window, the size of a bullet, that's how it got in the larger pattern on Miss Jefferson's body. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you be able to make any statement as to how close she is to the window when she suffers the gunshot wound?
No, I wouldn't.
Do you have any idea how far the glass particles might travel?
No, there's a lot of variability depending upon particular targets, interposed targets, and there's a lot of variability even in like different types of glass, and I'm not familiar with those studies.
Well, in a case like this where you could open up your inquest and autopsy and order that the window be delivered to you, is that right?
I probably could make a request for that.
And the police department would probably even furnish you the exact weapon that was used to fire the projectile, is that right?
They probably would.
And then some experiments could be done to determine how far the glass particles are spread by the gunshot.
I would recommend that more be for a firearms expert or an engineer for that type of a study than myself.
It could be done, isn't that right?
It could be.
Now, your office doesn't just conduct autopsies, isn't that right?
We do have a crime lab as well.
You have a crime lab that contains a DNA laboratory?
Yes.
You do DNA comparison work?
Yes.
You have a firearms lab?
Yes.
You also have a trace laboratory?
Yes, so that's been discontinued.
You know when it was discontinued?
I do not recall.
What is a trace lab? What type of work does a trace laboratory perform?
Frequently they do examinations on things, trace evidence, things like hair fibers.
Gunshot residue?
Yes, so they will do scanning electron microscope to examine for gunshot residue.
In this case, when Miss Jefferson's body was presented to you, were her hands bagged?
I would have to check my notes.
Please do.
I don't show that they were.
What is involved in swabbing a person's hands for gunshot residue?
We use stubs to collect particles from an individual's hands to test those particles or any material that might be there for whether or not gunshot residue is present.
Was that done in this case?
The stubs were collected. I did not. We leave that to the police to whether or not to run them.
And what kind of evidence can those SEM, scanning electron microscope stubs, reveal?
They are used to detect the presence of gunshot residue.
And that can tell you whether or not the person was in proximity of a handgun, is that right?
Not exactly. Interpreting gunshot residue is very complicated. So, for instance, an individual may have a positive test, but they may have been in the vicinity of a fired weapon. They may have handled a weapon that had been previously fired. They may have had contact with a surface that was in the vicinity of a fired weapon. Or individuals who have washed their hands, we may not find it in that scenario. And there's variability based on ammunition. Some ammunition doesn't show up as well on gunshot residue.
whatever the testing might reveal, that wasn't done in this case, was it?
Such testing would not help me determine cause or manner of death.
The police department didn't ask if the testing be performed either, did they?
I don't know.
Who would know?
I would ask the police.
Did Ms. Jefferson, she had evidence of life-saving measures, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, someone, MedStar, fire department, whoever it might be, someone made a valiant attempt to save Ms. Jefferson, didn't they?
Yes.
Back at the time that you performed this autopsy, Dr. Pirwani was the chief medical examiner of Tarrant County, is that right?
That's correct.
And Dr. Pirwani has moved on, and you all have, there's a new medical examiner that has been appointed for the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's District, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, Dr. Pirwani testified in these courts for many years, and one of the things he used to testify to in a case like this was that if this injury had occurred to this individual in the ER, it's likely that they would not have been saved. Is that the circumstance in this case?
Are you asking me what he testified to?
No, I'm asking you what, if this injury had occurred in an emergency room, a level 1 trauma center, for example, at JPS, is it likely that this individual could not have been saved?
I would not expect them to survive this, even in that scenario.
Even if the gunshot wound had occurred in the middle of an emergency room?
Yes.
Is that devastating?
Yes.
In addition to the therapeutic intervention that you saw, did you also notice that Ms. Jefferson had an insulin pump? Did she wear an insulin pump?
Yes.
And did she also have a catheter that introduced that insulin into her body?
Yes.
And where was that located?
That was present on her, tucked into her sweatpants.
Did you take custody of the insulin pump as part of your inquest and autopsy?
Yes.
Did you take any steps to download does the insulin pumps typically have a memory device of some kind?
Some, it depends upon the model.
Did you inspect this one to see if it had memory?
I did not.
Did you ask anyone to attempt to download the data?
I did not.
That it may or may not contain?
I did not.
We'll pass the witness.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Dr. Freeze, if you'll step down and just remain in the back for me, okay? Appreciate it. Who do you have next? Ashley Carr?
That's fine, but he's gonna mute it, and that's fine.
You raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self to God. Have a seat. Is Ashley spelled in its common?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Diener, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Okay.
Turn to the jury introduction.
My name is Ashley Carr. I'm the oldest sister to Atatiana Jefferson.
Tell the jury a little y'all's family. Let's start with, are you the oldest sibling?
Yes.
All right, and I know I'm not supposed to ask a lady this, but how old are you?
38.
All right. And do you also have other siblings besides Atatiana?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about your other siblings. What are their names and how old are they?
After me, it's my brother Darius Carr. He's 34. Then after him, it's we have a sister named Amber Carr, who is 33, and then Atatiana would have been 32 this year.
And is it Darius? Is he over there behind me over my left side?
Yes.
He's been here all week.
Yes.
All right, and Amber, she's also been here all week. She's also in a wheelchair, right?
Correct.
And that's Zion's mom, you said?
That is Zion's mother.
And so, y'all's mom was who?
Yolanda Carr.
Tell me where you guys grew up.
In the neighborhood of Dallas called Oak Cliff, Texas.
And when did y'all live there and pretty much raised there your whole life?
Yes.
And where did you go to college?
I received my Bachelor's of Science in Mathematics from Texas Southern University. And I also have a Master's of Science in Finance from the University of St. Thomas in Houston.
You have a Bachelor's in Mathematics?
Yes.
That was my worst subject. That's why I became a lawyer. So what do you do now?
Currently, I work for Deloitte as a engagement financial advisor.
And so just your day-to-day, are you working like a 9-to-5 job?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that mean exactly that you said? What's your specific title?
I'm an engagement financial advisor. We have clients that hire us to make sure that they have whatever projects they have, that we make sure that they stay on budget on all parts.
Okay. So you'll grow up in Dallas. So tell me about Atatiana. Where did she go to college?
Atatiana graduated from Xavier University, I think in like 2014.
So right after college, where did she go? She move immediately in with Yolanda or go somewhere else?
After college, Tay came home. She moved in with my mom, and she stayed there for maybe like a year or so. And then she moved out to, wanting to have her own wings. But then when we started getting, our mother started becoming ill, she decided that it would be best for her to move home to help my mother, because it was a long drive from Dallas to Fort Worth of her coming out here to help, as well as for her to start saving so that she can go to medical school.
You know what kind of doctor she wanted to be?
She wanted to find the cure of diabetes, since she's had it since she was very young.
So she moves in with mom, you said in 2015 or so?
April of 2019.
2019, because she moved in.
She moved, yeah, she moved in, moved out, moved back in.
So April of 2019 is when she had moved in, before this happened.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting pretty far off of relevance and into a matter of the subject of another rule.
All right, let's kind of move on a little bit.
And Your Honor, I think to ask her about the neighborhood and the house. which
That's
is
fine,
directly
that's
relevant
fine.
to this case.
Yeah, that's fine, but what I'm saying is, let's move on.
Okay, so asking you about when she moved into that house, are you familiar with that particular neighborhood?
More familiar now.
Okay. Throughout the course of this trial?
Yes.
All right. During the time when this happened in October, were you living outside of Fort Worth, or where were you living?
I live in Houston.
Do you still live there?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So inside of that house in October of 2019, who all lived there?
Atatiana, Zion, and my mother, Yolanda.
How long had Yolanda, your mother, been in the hospital before this happened?
About a couple weeks, because Amber was in the hospital as well.
Amber's in the hospital, your mom's in the hospital, and so who is taking care of Zion those few weeks that that's happening?
So Atatiana is taking care of Zion.
Is she working during that time?
Yes, she works at home. She worked from home.
All right. And so did you hear Zion testify?
Yes.
And were you familiar, and if you're not, that's okay, were you familiar about the use of the front door or the side door in that house with the family?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that. Tell the jury about that.
My mom's side door is always open. It was one of those, you just pull up and come on in type house.
Would she leave the door unlocked?
Yes.
Did she keep that front door shut?
Yes.
Mayor, first, John?
Yes, ma'am.
what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 90, 91, and 92. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me States Exhibit 90? Who was that?
Atatiana.
And States Exhibit 91. Who is that?
Atatiana and Zion.
And who is this little boy over here?
This is our cousin slash nephew. Well, that's my nephew. I don't even know.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
I think we have the wrong photograph. I thought that was Zion.
This is Zion.
It is Zion.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
And then, I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. You said Zion, Tatiana, and then who is the other boy to the left?
Our little cousin, DeLeon.
And then 92, what is that?
Tatiana at her graduation.
Okay. Is that graduation from high school or from college?
College.
Do these all fairly and accurately depict Tatiana in the way that she looked as an adult, close in time to when this happened?
Yes.
And tell me, States Exhibit 90, do you know where that was taken?
Yes.
Where?
In San Diego. We had did our first siblings trip to San Diego to see our brother because that's where he's currently stationed in the Navy.
Okay. Your Honor, we offer States Exhibit 90, 91, and 92. And these have been previously shown to the defense counsel and provided.
No further objection.
Okay. States 90, 91, 92 are admitted.
Permission to publish those exhibits?
Yes. Mr. Hicks.
Looking here at States Exhibit 90, you said that was a trip to San Diego?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. And if you said it's where Darius Brothers.
Hang on. Might have gone.
Oh, thank you, Judge. You said this is where your brother's stationed?
Yes.
And what branch of the military is he in?
He's in the Navy.
So the siblings all go? Is it all of you guys that go?
Yes.
And when was that?
The summer of 2018.
Now looking at States Exhibit 91, who are we looking at here?
Zion and Tatiana.
And the little boy to the left, is that who you
That's
said?
DeLeon.
And now States Exhibit 92.
That's Tatiana at her graduation from Xavier University.
Are these hard to look at?
Sometimes.
I'm going to pass it, Sean.
Cross-examination.
Judge, Ms. Carl, we don't have any questions.
If you will unclip that microphone for me, just lay it right there on the desk and you can step down.
Thank you.
Counsel Galper.
Do outside of your presence.
So if you'll retire to your jury room, and I'll come back with some other instructions, okay? Thank you very much. All right, this is going to conclude court for the day. There are things that the lawyers and I need to work on, so y'all are welcome to be excused, okay? Thank you very much. Let me see y'all.
Lawyers have stuff that they want to talk about. I can't tell. They're all up there at the judge's bench, so I don't know if this is. It looks like it's going to be off the record stuff. Tiffany, what do you think's happening here?
I'm not sure. I've not. This has been such a.
Today has been like a roller coaster. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It could be some housekeeping things. It could be them trying to get ahead of what they expect is going to happen tomorrow, and maybe some logistics stuff. So, I mean, it's anyone's guess as to what it is that they're needing to talk about or trying to discuss.
Well, we do know that earlier during part of what we didn't have audio on was that there was a discussion of some of the stuff that's in the medical records that the judge had said that he didn't want brought in. It was not going to allow the defense to bring in.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to say exactly what's happening here, but they were starting to do exactly what we said they needed to do.
What we've been talking about, right?
Which is humanize Atatiana Jefferson, and that was exactly what we were starting to get, and then we stopped.
Yeah, it got cut a little short.
Did they completely excuse? I got up to make a cup of coffee. Did they completely excuse her, or is she coming back?
Yeah, no. She's done. They passed the witness. The defense declined to ask any questions, and then the judge excused her. My guess is that
no video.
Whatever those conversations that were being held concerning those medical records, that the state may have been trying to walk like a tight rope as to not open the door. So when we start talking about character evidence and like whether someone's a good person, they don't do anything illegal, they're like the greatest person in the world, that can open the door to some of those things on either side, right, that you may not want to have brought
out, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if that was,
I mean, the defense will do that too when they get to talking about what kind of person Aaron Dean is. They're going to try and walk like a tight, they're going to try and keep it narrow, because as we know, there are some problematic things about Aaron Dean.
Right. They're probably not want to get into his training records.
They're not really going to want to get into a lot of that stuff. But I suspect that they wanted to talk about Atatiana Jefferson and have someone speak about who she is. I mean, to be clear, this family, a military family, the kids all have degrees. They're smart. These weren't people who were bad people. They were smart. They took care of each other. By all accounts, this was a very loving and close family. And I just kind of wish that they had been able to make more of a point of that. But I think, as with all cases, there are things that you would love to hit on, but for legal reasons, you kind of have to pick and choose what you're gonna talk about and what you're going to get into, so that you don't, open a door to something that you don't really want to come out.
Right, and that's often the case. But I just was caught off guard because I wanted to hear more.
Yeah.
Like I said, I
we thought they were going to get there, right?
Yeah, well, and I got up to make a cup of coffee thinking I had plenty of time to come back and settle in. But I do understand why the defense didn't ask any questions, right? Because they don't want to spend a whole lot of time talking about Atatiana Jefferson.
Right. They want to get over that as quickly as they possibly can. And so I'm not sure why we didn't get more on her. I wish we had. I think they should have. I hope that doesn't, become a factor, because I do think that it's kind of a mistake not to kind of highlight, your victim, and to humanize them and make them a person that your jury can latch onto. Because as I told you before, it's really hard for a jury to grasp on and hold on to something that they can't relate to. And so if you can't make this jury relate to her and put them in her shoes and what she was going through and what possibly could have been going through her mind, right? Like, why didn't we talk about the relationship that she had with Zion? She's in this house with her nephew, right? And there's someone slinking around the house. Why would you not try and bring out this relationship that she had with him, right? Because her instincts start to protect this nephew that she loves, right? I would have
So you
liked
think
to
the
have
prosecution
seen some of that.
failed then? I'm just being direct.
Yeah, I think they may have dropped the ball on being able to highlight, the relationship that she had with her nephew, the obvious relationship that she had with her mother, that, she's there to take care of her. She moved in to be there with them, to help take care of her mom and the nephew. I really think that they missed a golden opportunity here.
Well, and I guess I'm basing a lot of this off of just the trials I've seen. And again, most of the trials I've seen have been in Dallas County, but the last trial that I covered, of course, was Yasser Saeed, who killed his 2 daughters. And I mean, during that trial, I already knew a lot about the girls because I had covered that case for more than a decade. But I came out of that trial knowing things even I didn't know. And I mean, and just the heartbreak, you just felt for those girls, right? And maybe it was the nature of that trial. Because there was a lot of a lot of ins and outs to it. But having covered, the Geiger trial, and I'm not, I don't think you want to. I'm not necessarily proposing here that you. I just think that you do have to get the jury to connect to the victim. One way, you just have to, and if all, and frankly, that's the first picture. I think that's probably the first live picture we've seen of her in this trial. I mean, it's possible that there's been one shown in court that either we missed but for the most part, I believe that was the only one.
Yeah.
So, what do you think of the medical examiner's testimony?
He was pretty much by the book. I mean, he, not too high, not too low, matter of fact. He wasn't tripped up by anything that the defense tried to throw at him. And I think he did a very good job of explaining. I know you and I were listening to him as he was explaining to the jury about those fragments, and I just was like, so it's not enough that you shoot her, but now we've got fragments that are now having embed themselves, in her body, and just that imagery.
Do we want to hear from William? Sure, we can have William. I'll say one more thing before. You want me to call him? Yes. William Joy is YouTube jury folks. William Joy is also up at the courthouse, and so we'll get him on the phone. Because the medical examiner said, I wrote this down. This is a very lethal wound.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, essentially, the bullet went into her left upper chest, and she choked on her own blood. That's what he said. I mean, As this was, this doesn't seem like a wound, unless you're right at a hospital that you would survive from.
Yeah.
It's a pretty devastating wound. Or maybe if one of the things they talked about on day one was that they had the patrol officers carry like this thing in their TAC med that you can like put on the chest that like seals the wound.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't know, maybe
who knows?
Maybe, who knows? I don't know. It's difficult to say. Sometimes
who knows, because he didn't render any aid.
There's that. Yeah. So all right. Well, let's call William, and because William hopefully has more intel about what is going on at the court. If not, we'll send him back into the courtroom to find out. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna put you on speaker. So, okay. All right, William. What's going on right now at the court?
So we just wrapped up for the day with Ashley Carr. That's Atatiana Jefferson's big sister. Anybody who watched the stream knows that she's called in to testify just a little bit ago, but really only spoke for a matter of minutes. It seemed like she was called in to try to humanize Atatiana, talk about her background, but as again, people watching probably heard, the judge had her move on. So she really only spoke for a little bit, talking about how Jefferson went to medical school, that her goal was to cure diabetes that she'd been dealing with since she was little, and that the home that they lived in was a home where the side door was always open, which is a point in this case because as the defense has tried to argue, the doors being open were a sign that Dean took as the home possibly being burglarized.
I thought that what she meant was that, hold on, let me go back and look at my notes. Yeah, I was, first of all, I was surprised that, what I wrote down was that they left the door unlocked, but left it shut. But maybe I misunderstood too. It's also possible that
I think the way I had it written down was she said my mom's side door was always open. It was one of those where you pull on up and come on in kind of house. So kind of trying to, I think, instead of, painting the picture of, hey, this is a neighborhood that's been dealing with crime and that, any officer would be on edge pulling up to it and that, the door open only adds to that. I think they tried to paint a picture of, no, this was it's a community and this was a home where, the doors were always unlocked. They said yesterday, James Smith, the man who had called the non-emergency line, said, I always kept my doors open until October 12th, 2019. And then, we know across the street, the Jefferson household or Carr household, apparently also kept the doors unlocked as well. So kind of changing that narrative, I think, was the goal there.
And here's my thing. Look, I live in a nice neighborhood, but I always lock my doors. And not long ago, had my back taillights completely taken out, so now I have to park in the garage. So I don't think that burglaries only happen in less nice neighborhoods, So or thefts, what's your sense on why it ended so early, so quickly? Was it because they just really couldn't get into more about her, or what's your feeling on that?
I really do think that we sped through these last couple witnesses of the day quicker than they expected. I believe, and I don't know this for a fact, so I hesitate to speculate, but I believe there may be one more expert witness that could likely be called tomorrow. We have stopped, I think yesterday we stopped maybe slightly early, just by a few minutes, because we thought that the crime scene investigator might take a significant amount of time, and it turned out he only took, I say only, but took about an hour this morning when he was presenting kind of the 3D map with the photos. So it's not that uncommon, as you well know, to stop a little bit early, but certainly we stopped several hours early today. And whether that's due to scheduling or simply not thinking we'll have the time to finish is unclear. I know the judge said he had a lot of issues at the end to work out with the attorneys, so there might be some disputes over evidence and what's admissible with this next witness.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What do you think? So we think it's an expert that's coming up next?
I mean, the thing that would make sense, just looking at their witness list, we knew that they had a family member left, which again we just heard from Ashley Carr, and that, I mean, if that took more than 20 minutes, I haven't looked at the exact time, I'd be shocked. I mean, that was.
I don't think it was at all.
Yeah, it was extremely quick. I think everybody was surprised because, you know, of just how much emotion you really could have gotten out of a witness like that to humanize her. So I believe my thought is that there might be like a use of force expert that's left, because that's the one part of this. I mean, we've talked, you know, you've heard bits and pieces talking about, you know, general orders and standard operating procedure when it comes to evidence. That was a big focus today, obviously. We've talked about, you know, what you do when an officer's life is in danger, but there might be, and Officer Darch yesterday spoke about, you know, how to handle certain calls, but the thing that might make sense is if the prosecution had a use of force expert to discuss stuff. I mean, even the chief, Ed Krause, at the time, you know, very famously said when he was on was having a press conference announcing that Dean had quit, he said, you know, if he hadn't quit, I would have fired him. You know, nobody watched that video and thought anything other than that officer did something wrong. So if that was a true statement at the time, I'm certain that the prosecution would want either an expert or even Krause himself, who's technically, I believe, listed, although, you know, who knows if he would actually be called, to actually speak to that, you know, what actually was wrong that would have caused him to be fired.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we also haven't, maybe we'll hear from him tomorrow, like a lead detective.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean,
they did call Doug Roloff. He was the detective who was kind of the major case detective, talking about the investigation into what happened. But even that, I mean, took, again, less than 30 minutes, talking about just that Dean had an older body camera, or talking about, you know, that he was given an exact duplicate of his gun. He really just answered questions about the gun and body camera more so than, you know, what he found or details about the case and his thoughts on how it unfolded or why it rose to the level of murder. I mean, frankly, that's something that it feels like the prosecution, it doesn't feel like the prosecution definitely needs to prove, right?
Mm-hmm.
That this rises to murder, because obviously the defense, their sole goal is to push back against that. So you'd want somebody who can speak to not just what was recovered, which a lot of today, as anybody who watched or maybe if you missed it, don't know, today was really all about the science of the case, more so than the emotion. You know, we talked, we had a crime scene investigator and another crime scene officer. We had a detective, right? We had the medical examiner. We had a paramedic. So it was all of these people who arrived later and were investigating what happened, but nobody who made the call or could say, hey, this was something that we believe rose to the level of murder, which is, you know, is going to be an uphill battle for anybody.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how this is playing out. Well, Williams, so have they completely wrapped up in the? I know the court's wrapped up for the day, but are the attorneys back there with the judge, or do you have any idea what's going on?
Yeah, so I believe the attorneys are still in court with the judge right now, so they dismissed the jury certainly, but the attorneys are still back there with the judge discussing, I'm guessing, prep for tomorrow. Just like, I mean, lunch, for instance, ran, 2 hours long, I think, today, because coming back from lunch before they could call the jury, and there were several issues that they needed to discuss with the judge just about the medical examiner's report. So it's likely, you know, instead of having that 30-minute talk to begin tomorrow, that they would simply finish today with, you know, 30 an hour, whatever it might need to be, so that tomorrow we can kind of hit the ground running. But it's very likely, though, that by the end of the day tomorrow, we may even finish early tomorrow, but by the end of the day tomorrow, we will almost certainly be done with at least the prosecution side of everything, and then move over to the defense, likely starting Monday.
Okay. All right, William, I appreciate it. So we'll be back tomorrow. So
thanks so much, Tanya.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye.
Right, bye-bye. Okay. Well, we'll chat here for a few more minutes, and then we'll let you go home for the day. Well, you probably have more work to do, so like actual defending people cases.
Yeah, trying to get ready for tomorrow. But, you know, I agree with William. I'm not sure what's going on, but I have been surprised by how quickly they have been kind of burning through some of these witnesses and not really honing in on, you know, certain things.
Myra, what you got? Camera's back up in the courtroom, but any sound?
A little bit of sound. They may move it.
Well, if there's sound, let's listen. Folks want to hear. Let's see real quick what's going on.
It's not acceptable behavior based on what the court's instructed him to do.
Mr. Merritt still in town?
I'm not sure, Judge. He gave you a number that he said he wouldn't answer, then he gave you a number that he said he would, and you told me he had 10 minutes to call you back if you did call. We're just trying to get a fair trial. We got a jury in recess now for 4 days, and we got somebody trying to just throw the skunk in the jury box each and every time we turn around the corner.
Let me think about how I'm going to deal with Mr. Merritt, and I may have either the state or the defense reach out to have him here Monday morning before we get started. I will let y'all know.
Just to give you a heads up, Your Honor, we don't communicate with Mr. Merritt at all. So,
I had no doubt that you did not.
So I would hate for the court to place that responsibility on us because I don't know if we could deliver, sir.
I understand.
So it goes on. There was a package done. There's a professional package from ABC, which is the parent company of Good Morning America. It's also on his Twitter feed, where it's drone footage at the Jefferson house where this incident took place. It's high up on his list on his Twitter account today, with a 9-minute interview of the siblings, one of which has testified today. It does not look like that footage was shot of the Carr sisters this week. They have summer camp shirts on, but again, it's repackaging. It's after he's been instructed to leave it alone. He's sticking it right back in the court's face.
I will consider what I'm going to do before I do anything,
Yes, sir.
which is unusual for me.
Deep breath.
I understand. Which says talk slow, so I'm deep breath. I instructed the jury, and I was, in my remarks that both sides allowed me to tell the jury what the plan was going to be. I was very comfortable with the fact that the jury is staying way away from the media, and I admonished them again over the weekend. Please don't listen to anything about the media. Okay. So, is there anything else that we need to do for purposes of the record? I've got a proposed rough draft of jury charge that I'm going to give to y'all to take in your spare time now, and then you'll have some idea as to my thoughts on where we get into this next week, so that we're not spending a bunch of time haggling over a jury charge. I always like to have that pretty much ready to go. So if y'all will stick around for just a few minutes, I will make copies. Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Would you be so kind to tell
Rebecca to come in? Yeah, thanks.
Huh? Okay, so, well, something, apparently there was some kind of something with, I guess ABC, I believe it was actually with Good Morning America. I'm not clear on, I didn't actually see this, so I don't know exactly, but something aired yesterday with Mr. Merritt, with Lee Merritt, but I hesitate to say much about it because I didn't actually see it with my own eyes.
I didn't either.
Rebecca mentioned it yesterday when we were talking, but the judge saying that he wants to see Lee on Monday, and then the defense being upset, and the prosecution basically saying, "Hey, we don't have anything to do with that. we're not involved in that." And those of you that have been watching may recall that that earlier in the week on Monday, on day one of the trial, that Lee was called up before the judge. He was under the rule, which means he had been sworn in as a witness in an earlier hearing, but he was watching the trial in an auxiliary courtroom. The judge got wind of it, called him in, got a good phone number for him, and basically admonished him not to talk about the trial, watch the trial in any way, shape, or form. And so,
in other words, the judge put him under a gag order.
And
of sorts.
if he has violated that, the judge is not going to be happy. So we'll see. We'll see how that all shakes out. What you got, Myra? Yeah, we could. Is she back out?
She should be. I just texted her.
Well, she was. I got the impression the judge, was that her? I'm sorry. Sorry guys, we're still trying to like figure, this is the one difficulty is like we're here at the station and the trial is going on elsewhere, so we're still trying to like muddle through things as we're dealing with stuff. So that's a lot of what's going on. So yeah. Yeah, but the judge was very pointed on Monday. How much trouble would he be in if he violated what the judge told him very pointedly on Monday?
Yeah, I don't know what judge would do.
I mean, you know Gallagher.
But it has been a day of the judge being not
his
happy.
Patience being tested.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what would happen or what will happen. I'm not exactly sure what was said.
I think she might be in the courtroom. Well, folks, we're actually going to wrap it up for the day. So I'm going to let Tiffany go home and do work for representing her clients. And so let me real quickly give a wrap up. So today was a lot of forensic type stuff. You know, we heard from we had the autopsy photos put in. We had the gun was put into evidence, a lot of technical stuff that they have to do as they're building the building blocks of a case. We didn't hear the paramedic, but Rebecca was in the courtroom, so there was apparently the description of the aid that was given to her, and then also we had the medical examiner describing the wound, that she was shot in the left upper chest. And like I said, I wrote down that he said this is a very lethal wound, and that essentially, not a wound you're going to survive from. And then we heard briefly from Ashley Carr, Atatiana's sister, and we started to get a little bit of a picture of who she was, who this family is, her brother in the Navy, everybody college educated, and just getting a sense of who they were, and it was kind of, it felt abbreviated. So, any observations you want to make?
Yeah, so I do have to say I am highly kind of disappointed in what we've seen so far from the prosecution. If nothing else, it does seem like a lot of things have been cut short, that they've missed some opportunities throughout the trial to either follow up, redirect, or just to get elicit some extra testimony to try and again talk about Atatiana, her relationship with her nephew. I mean, this kid was distraught, right?
Right.
Let's get into why outside of the trauma of it, right? Like he killed somebody that he loved and she loved him.
Right.
And we didn't talk about any of that. I just really think that it's unfortunate that we didn't get to hear or that the state didn't get into a lot of these issues, and I just hope that it doesn't come back to be a mistake, that they didn't kind of flesh out a little bit more some of these points.
Yeah, missed opportunities. All right, I'm gonna put Rebecca on speaker. Rebecca?
Oh, hi. Yes, I was just, I missed your call earlier because the judge called me back again into his chambers. But basically, he is saying that there is obviously no court tomorrow or Friday, that officially, obviously, the state rested its case.
Wait, the state rested?
Oh, the state has rested. Yes, the state. You didn't hear that because the mics were potted down. So when I asked, did the state rest? It says yes, the state has rested its case. They are calling no more witnesses. Ashley Carr was in fact the last witness, and I thought that maybe they would at least.
I'm literally blown away here.
I am. My mouth dropped when I went into the courtroom a little while ago, and they have rested their case, and they are not using the use of force experts. They have like 1,000, or I don't know, a ton of people on their witness list, from other police officers, family members, use of force experts, and none of which the prosecution is going to call. They've rested. They're done. And they're not coming back till Monday with the defense. In fact, the judge, when I walked into the courtroom, had said he's going to give the lawyers the charges.
Yeah, we heard
so
that
they
part.
Can look over that.
Yeah, we heard that part, but what we did not hear, because we didn't have audio at that point, was that they had rested.
What?
Oh no, they rested.
I'm just like, my mouth is dropping here. I'm like, wow.
Wow.
I was expecting to, and even when they interviewed Ashley Carr, I felt like they were going to at least talk a little bit more about Atatiana, who she was as a person, who she was as a sister. I feel like the jury doesn't, in my opinion, having covered many of these, they don't really know who she is.
Well, and one of the things, and Tiffany, you can speak to this, we were talking to Lakeisha about it yesterday, is that when you give an opening statement, you give a roadmap. And part of the roadmap was who Atatiana was. And we didn't get all of that roadmap. I'm
What do you think about the
I'm
fact that
slightly
they didn't even call their
flabbergasted
use
by
of
all of
force
this.
hold on,
experts?
hold on one second. Tiffany, I mean, what's your reaction to this?
I mean, I've seen a lot of these. I've been at Crowley, at the trials. I've watched the Jordan Edwards trial. I've watched the Amber Geiger trial. I am floored.
I'm beyond stunned. Wow.
I'm
speechless, clearly. I'm not sure. I don't know what the strategy was there. I'm not sure why. I think that is important. I don't know how you establish for this jury and get them from point A to point Z without bringing up some of these things. And I think that they'll tell them that they did not. Wow. I would not be surprised if the jury said you didn't meet your burden. I think there are a lot of things that have been left out, a lot of things that have not been touched on. I think it would be fair to say that the jury would tell them, I mean, you got to get us there, right? You stopped at H. We still got a whole bunch of other places to go before we get to Z. I just don't. I didn't see it. And I think we thought they were going to try and get to some of those tomorrow, but if they rested, but they didn't close. Or did they rest and close?
Can they reopen? Can they reopen?
Yeah, as long as they didn't close. So if they rested.
So theoretically, they could.
They could.
So they could wait till the defense does. So Rebecca, so I guess they could. So if they've rested but not closed.
Yeah, they've rested as long as they haven't.
Rebuttal witnesses?
Yeah. So did they rest and close, or did they just rest?
I believe they just rested.
Okay. Yeah.
It still seems early to rest.
It sure does. I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Well, and so I think that obviously the defense is going to bring its witnesses. I'm told that they probably have maybe a day or two at the most of witnesses, and then I could see them bring in some rebuttal witnesses. Maybe you bring in some more family members, so that's the last thing that the jury sees. Maybe there is some game plan here for the prosecution. Obviously, they're under a gag order, so we're not allowed to chit chat with them to see what they're thinking. But I am really surprised that they did not bring in some sort of use of force expert. They had two of them on their witness list to talk about, his positioning, or just the details.
To talk about the reasonableness of his actions. Whether is it reasonable to do what? I realized they had a detective on earlier, but normally in these cases you have that lead detective. That you replay that body cam frame by frame. We only saw the body cam once.
And she said that they were going to see the body camera multiple times, but they didn't. They saw it one time, and that was it. Unless they're going to play it again in some sort of rebuttal witnesses, I don't know. I'm just as
like I
surprised as
said,
you guys are.
They rested, but they didn't close. So, they do have an opportunity to come back, and maybe that's their plan. On the defense side, everyone does. Well, not everybody. Some people waive an opening statement. Others reserve that, and they do it when it's time for their case in chief. It's the same thing with resting and closing. It's we learned that if you're resting, you don't want to rest and close, because if you're closing, like, that's a wrap. So you can rest at any time.
But you can call rebuttal witnesses.
You can call rebuttal witnesses. You can do all those things, and it could just be a strategy thing. I'm not sure. I'm with you though, because if the roadmap was laid out in the opening as to how the state was going to go through this case, and it seems that that's not happening through the trial, it may be confusing, and maybe there's some things that have gone on that we aren't able to see since we're not in a courtroom, and we don't know what has gone on when we haven't been able to hear certain things. I'm just not sure. But if there's a roadmap that's been laid out, and if you're going to give people a roadmap and you don't follow it, they're going to hammer you on it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way that it kind of works. Like, if you promise a jury something and you don't deliver on it, they don't forget that.
No.
And, just hearing kind of not that, we're all experts, just hearing the media and hearing other people that have been watching this case, a lot of people feel like perhaps they just have not proven their case of murder that he's charged with.
Hey,
That seems to be the sentiment here.
Were you in court when the whole Lee Merritt conversation started back up again?
I heard some of it, but that's when I was being called back in, and I heard a little bit of it. But yes, I believe that they obviously know that Lee Merritt is treading on very thin ice. They know about the interview with Good Morning America and the interview with Ashley, who testified today. She did an interview, and they are all under the gag order. And so I don't know what's going to happen here in that situation, but the judge and at least defense and prosecutors believe that there's probably some sort of violation here.
And we definitely have no court tomorrow and no court Friday, and we're back on Monday.
I heard that directly from the judge. No court Thursday, no court Friday, back on Monday.
Okay. All right, folks. Well, we're going to really wrap it up this time for real. Okay. Well, Rebecca, thanks. Anything else you want to add before I let you go and wrap up this stream?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one. All right.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, folks. We're going to wrap it up. We'll see you back here on Monday.